blurred so we can't see your house.
No, I know it is, but Amy looks pretty sharp with the background that she's got on. I have the picture, I just can't figure out how to load it.
All right. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting on March 4th, 2025. Before we call the roll, I want to note that Councilmember Sweet and Councilmember Falcone are attending the study session remotely. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here?
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
And Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on 3 items. First is a briefing on the streamlining of design review to comply with state requirements. Second, we will review a concept plan for the potential Kirkland Iceplex Community Center. And last is a discussion on the Peter Kirk Pool Facility Assessment and Feasibility Study. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So because I have 3 topics, we're going to be ambitiously moving through them quickly, about half an hour per topic. Our first one is the streamlining design review to comply with state law. I'm going to turn over to our senior planner, Tony Levitt, unless, Adam, if you had any comments that you want to make. Otherwise, Tony, take it away.
Great, thank you very much. Tony Levitt, representing the Planning Department. So yes, we are here to discuss the streamlining design review process that we have undertaken. This is kind of an overview of what we'll be discussing today, and we'll get right into it. So House Bill 1293 became effective in July of 2023. The bill requires that the city apply only clear and objective regulations. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, sorry. I'm used to my assistants helping with design review. There we go. Okay, thank you. All right. So the bill requires the city apply only clear and objective regulations to the exterior design of new developments. For design review process, a clear and objective regulation must include one or more ascertainable guideline, standard, or criterion by which an applicant can determine whether a given building design is permissible under that development regulation. Additionally, it may not result in reduction of density, height, bulk, or scale below the generally applicable development regulations for a development proposal in the applicable zone. Additionally, the bill requires the design review process be conducted concurrently with the review for project permit, and the process may not include more than 1 public meeting. The deadline for this adoption is June 30th of this year. Since 1999, the city has had a design review process which has since helped foster high-quality development and buildings within the city's design districts. The process involves review by either the Design Review Board, the DRB, as part of the public review process, or by staff as part of the Administrative Design Review, ADR process. Most projects that go through DRB process require at least 1 conceptual design conference and 2 design response meetings for approval. For reference, I'm showing some of the design districts that are located within the city. Design districts are mainly associated with commercial and high-density residential zones. The city currently has 2 types of design review requirements. First, there are design guidelines that are reviewed by the DRB, and the design regulations, which are reviewed by staff. Design guidelines are intended to be less prescriptive to allow the DRB more flexibility in administering the requirements. Projects that require review by the DRB must comply with applicable design guidelines based on the property's design district designation. The board has the discretion to approve minor variations like setback reductions in certain zones. Additionally, there are zoning regulations that require approval by the DRB, including landscaping, public open spaces, things like that. ADR projects are required to comply with design regulations contained in the Kirkland Zoning Code, Chapter 92. The regulations in Chapter 92 are more prescriptive requirements than the design guidelines and are administered by city staff. The review is done prior to or as part of the building permit application. Minor variations can be approved administratively and must be approved, cannot be approved administratively and must be approved by the DRB. Also, as part of this process, it is possible that the current design process could result in a reduction in building bulk or scale in order to comply with design requirements. As far as height and density, it's less likely that those would be reduced, but it's also based on what the underlying zone allows, is what the regulation says. For this process, the city has hired a locally based consultant, Framework, to help staff with the project. Framework's team has worked on multiple projects in the area that center around design review implementation. Framework will work to analyze the city's current design review process and provide options for staff about how the process can be modified to comply with the one meeting requirement. Framework will also work with city staff to present a recommendation for any necessary zoning code amendments. Finally, Framework will propose amendments to the city's design guidelines to ensure they are clear, objective, and ascertainable, including the consolidation of the current 6 design guideline documents into one. These design guideline amendments will not change the substance of the existing guidelines, but will focus on making them easier to understand and comply with. We may also have to look at additional compliance with the requirements of House Bill 1160. With that, speaking of 1160, I know you have been receiving updates regarding this new legislation from other city staff. The bill is ready to be voted on by the House soon. The key elements of this bill include it limits design review of a housing development permit application to administrative design review only. There can be a public process used to consider requests for variances or design departures from the design review standards, but that would be the only public process allowed. It would prohibit local governments from requiring the submission of more than one architectural solution or concept as a prerequisite to review of a housing development permit application. As far as public outreach for this project, we will build on the public engagement that we used as part of the 2044 Comprehensive Plan engagement efforts. That will include, at the minimum, project website, email list, focus group, and open houses. Because this is a highly technical update, the outreach plan is focused on individuals and organizations who are well-versed in issues of housing development, affordable housing, and design. Other engagement tools that may be employed, such as city social media accounts and attending public events. Staff did take this to the Planning Commission on January 9th for a briefing. Some of the comments that we received from the commission at the meeting included staff should look to include residents who live in the buildings that have gone through design review and renters in general as part of the outreach process. Most of the commission was in favor of retaining the DRB for at least one public meeting and having the meeting early in the process. They felt that the intent of the bill was not to limit public comment, but to streamline the DRB process. Design guidelines and regulations should focus on the public realm and like the idea of consolidating the guidelines, but with each district having their own defined palette or brand. Questions from the commission that the staff will look into as part of the process include the meaning of clear and objective, how larger projects can be addressed as far as a phasing, looking at possible phasing plans, and how other cities are handling compliance with this requirement. Here's a preliminary schedule. Again, adoption would be looking at June of 2025 of this year. And here's just a list of the questions for consideration to help lead the discussion tonight. The questions focus on overall code amendment approach, feedback on public engagement plan, additional information needs, and current and future process thoughts. With that concludes my presentation. Questions?
Council, questions? Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. My question is around the new legislation that they're working on. If that legislation passes, do we know when it's going to go into effect?
I have not seen any dates for that.
We can find out.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have the same question. Anyone else? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have lengthy remarks. I want to try to give the staff, though, some at least direction from my perspective. With the state mandates, where I would really like us to focus our time is on the streamlining the DRB process in order to comply with the state mandates, both 1293 and also 1160 if it's adopted and becomes something we have to implement in the short term. I think at the Planning Commission discussion, there was probably some discussion about topics that sort of ranged into the design regulations and how administrative review is done. I think there may be some good ideas in there, but I would put that all off until some phase two. We can address design, in my opinion, we can address design regulations and that part of the process that's not mandated by the state mandates at different points in the future, if we choose to, including things like, I remember seeing things like building by building design review and the idea of a brand or palette for different districts. I don't think any of, I guess that's a question for staff. I don't think any of that's required in order to streamline the DRB process to be compliant with state law. And if it's not, then I would postpone it as part of a phase two of looking at our design review. I think the goal here is to, as I see it, is to comply with state law, of course, but streamline the process so that we are getting the results that we're looking for as far as housing units in the areas of the city where we're encouraging more housing and getting, permits through quickly and getting stuff built. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. So from the outset, I think streamlining process is always good as long as we continue to see the same benefits and the results from that process that we intend. And from the design review process, I think also transparency in that whole review process is helpful. I think there's a lot of multiple decisions that have to be made and evaluated during that. It's not always straightforward. And our guidelines are guidelines. It's not just this is the answer or that. There's not just two ways of looking at it. You have to look at it through multiple lenses. So that transparency is helpful at times because we're humans and we always miss different things. So I like that. So I want to make sure that we continue that in some way. In terms of the outreach question, it's a very specific type of function that the design review board provides or the design review process provides. So it's not, I wouldn't say it's conducive to this broad outreach because most people aren't going to really understand what you get from that process, what that process is, how it works. You probably spend 10 times the amount of time explaining it to someone for them to fully comprehend, unfortunately. So I think the targeted focus groups and outreach is what we would want. I don't think we should suppress any type of input and take it all in, but definitely target those that have been involved in the process in the past and understand it to get their effective feedback. Yeah, I think it's just going to be interesting to follow this process and kind of see where it leads. But I think the final thing that I'd say is Kirkland has tried to streamline the process over time, especially like the appeal process. I mean, we took action on that based upon lessons learned, and so we should pat ourselves on the back sometimes, and that this is one of them where I think we have tried to do that, and so just a couple thoughts there. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. As we look at this particular compliance with state law. One of the things that I think is going to be challenging is the requirement for only one public meeting. And I'm assuming that that means only one design review conference. And so the whole role of what we use our design review board may change. So to question 3 above, information that council wants, I'm very curious what framework comes back to us with options. And if there are different options that are presented, I think it'd be helpful to have council provide some feedback as the planning commission's making their recommendation too, because I can see this going in a couple of different ways. The way that I think is going to be important is making sure that we get the opportunity for some public input to the process. The value that we get from our design review board today is a mix of design professionals and people in the community that are interpreting those guidelines and asking questions of the developers. And part of the, for better or worse, part of the feedback that probably led to some of the state laws, multiple design review iterations that had to happen to get to a vision the design review board approved. Going off of the guidelines there, if we've done the work to say these guidelines are understandable and specific, it may be something where they had other valid feedback to provide. And I want to make sure that we're still capturing that and have the opportunity for public feedback there. And whether that ends up being that the design review board's role is recommendatory to staff, the decision maker, or something else that framework comes up with, I'm curious, but would like to see what that model looks like, because it's going to be very different than what we're doing today. Finally, there was a discussion in the packet about consolidating some of the design review guidelines. And what I want to also understand as we're doing that is being very intentional when there were differences between different districts. And not sure if there were differences based on the time of when those districts was looked at, or there were district-specific considerations. And just wanted to say, okay, where are we going to standardize and where are we going to preserve those district-specific considerations? Those are the things I'd like to see in the process. And I agree with Councilmember Black that if there are changes to the design guidelines, those don't necessarily have to be lined up with the deadlines of House Bill 1293. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with everything that you've heard so far. I do think I agree, let's put off the design guidelines, the things that aren't applicable to 1293 for another time. But if and when we get to that point, I would like council to have some check-ins and some input on that. I'm concerned about HB 1160 moving forward and the impact of that after we've done all this work. So I would like to do some research on when that bill would become law, when we'd have to comply, and any other feedback that we have on it. And I agree with Councilmember Pascal about targeted outreach to the community members that are part of this process.
Mayor, we looked it up at the implementation of the design review board guidelines. If they were implemented under 1160, would be in June 2030, we believe.
Oh.
6 months after an implementation report on the comp plan.
June 2030.
We have
5 years from now?
we have a implementation report due on the comp plan in 2029, and then 6 months after that, the design implementation changes would need to be enacted.
Okay. Gives us some time. More time than I expected. All right. Anybody have anything else to add? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you to our planning department.
And they're
Next
out.
up, our Parks and Community Services Department.
All right, we are now going to move on to review of concept plan for potential Kraken Iceplex Community Center. And we'll let everybody come up. City Manager.
Thank you. I will let Lynn Zwagstra, our Parks and Community Services Director, introduce our guests, but our folks from OPSIS who developed these concepts you're going to look at are here today, and we're very excited to show them to you. As soon as we get the presentation up, we're going to be talking about this. So one bit of background about why we're getting a concept to you all. In our agreement, potential partnership agreement with the Kirkland would be potentially designing a community center. And as that is not their expertise, design a parks community center, we took the liberty with your funding and direction to design something for them as a starting point. So that's what we're going to show you tonight, is something that we hope to hand to the Kirkland, should that partnership proceed, that they could use as a starting point for the building as they begin to design it and construct it. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Lynn.
Amazing. I think I got that all right. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here this evening talking about this very interesting and unique subject. I'd like to introduce my two very special guests here from Opsis Architecture, Lauren Loosvelt. I knew I was going to do that. And Dutch. And Chris Roberts, also from Opsis, and you've actually met Chris before. He has been involved with other Kirkland projects. So just to ground folks in the property that we're talking about, this is the Houghton Park and Ride, is just west of I-405. That would be east, so there's a wrong word up there, east of I-405, and just south of Northeast 70th Place. The timeline, just a quick reminder to folks, is this actually started in December of '23 when the city received an unsolicited proposal from the Seattle Kraken for a potential partnership. Throughout all of 2024, the city has been doing a due diligence process, and that has resulted in us putting out an RFQ for an architectural firm to do a concept plan. And Opsis began that in January of 2025. This is all based in Resolution 5645, which established a guiding framework. And the key here is that it's a framework. There are actually no agreements in place with the Seattle Kraken at this time. This is all theoretical. And this guiding framework kind of steers us as to where we should be going in our exploration. The partnership would have to have mutual benefit. The construction of the facility would be at the Kraken's expense. The project would ensure community benefit. The second floor community center, warm shell, and tenant improvements would be provided by the Kraken. And then the other thing to mention is, as we got into developing the concept plan, we again reviewed all of our feedback from the 2022 PROS plan, and we had thousands of surveys from the 2023 ballot measure. And then we used 3 years of recreation programming wait list data. We actually narrowed that down to the wait list for indoor recreation programs at PKCC and NKCC, because that's most pertinent to the type of facility that we would be offering here. So on that note, I'm going to hand it over to Lauren.
Awesome. Thank you, Lynn. And Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I bet we're about to see a concept plan.
Yeah.
Is that true? Okay. So before we get to that, Lynn, I have a question for you, just because you see the word tenant improvements in different contexts. The context in which I'm most familiar with it is in connection with a new signed lease agreement. Just for us as council members, but also for the public, when probably everybody understands what a warm shell is. Tenant improvements could have a lot of different meanings. It could be interior walls. It could be a lot of different things. What does it mean in this context? And maybe this is a question for
No, we
Deputy
did
City Manager
define
Lopez,
that.
too.
We very specifically kind of defined that in the term sheet. Although, again, there is no agreement. That's just a document we're working off of. The tenant improvements are, in fact, interior walls, also bathroom fixtures, plumbing, built-in cabinets, front desk type things. So all of those walls and cabinets and rooms are all kind of considered part of that. It would not include the finishings, and you'll actually get to see some of those in these images. You'll see it with the total vision and the finishings that would be provided by the city.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. We have been told to be quick, so we will do that. As much time for questions as possible. So we brought together a very nimble team that included myself, Lauren Losfeld, and Chris Roberts at the leadership of OPSIS. We also included folks like Ballard King, who provide expertise in community centers, a structural engineer, landscape architect, and a cost estimator to make sure we were giving you an accurate design and price. Lynn had us moving very quickly through all of this, so we signed on and kicked off January 9th, and by the end of January, we had a concept plan and renderings for the community center that you'll see here in a moment, and then we refocused ourselves in February and we designed a rooftop. So here we are today, we have both, but today our conversation is focused on the community center. Coming out of our kickoff meeting, we established 9 guiding principles, which would essentially be the North Star, if you will, and how we would prioritize the design. I won't read all 9 for you, but I will highlight the importance of finding synergies between the Kraken's Iceplex design and this community center, the opportunities to find flexibility and efficiency between the programs, to get the best for the community, and to make this a meaningful program space and considered a legacy project for the city of Kirkland. So that was our mission and guidance. So how we came about concept plans. In essentially 3 meetings, 1 in-person kickoff meeting and then 2 virtual meetings, we worked with the team here, Lynn and others, to advise and provide what became 3 concept plans for the community center, which is essentially a 12,500 square foot facility. Of those 3, we took a very quick approach at developing floor plans and establishing even furniture, fixtures, just so we could see how they would function. We decided and determined that each 3 of the options had a program which we updated and provide a summary to, recommending that although the RFP maybe for this indicated the square footage for this facility was closer to 12,500, the usable square footage, as we talk about a tenant improvement, the usable square footage is actually closer to 10,000 square feet, and that accounts for all of the back of house spaces, walls, et cetera. So, paving the way then for a preferred option, which was the outcome of our meetings, and I think you do that.
All right, thank you. And yeah, to that, we kind of went through these 3 iterations to kind of come up with a path forward that seemed to address all the major issues and guiding principles of the project. And so what you're seeing here, this would be the 2nd level, so you'd be entering the level below. If you see that sort of axon or that angle drawing at the top, you can see the ground floor entry as you kind of come in through the car park that, again, understanding it's very early in the design, but we were riffing off of the work that had been provided to us that had been done by the Kraken with the expectation of the 2 ice sheets that they're looking at. And so we kept the central circulation spine, which is that stair, as well as the elevator, and we kind of right-sized the elevator to make sure we could get athletic equipment and things up to the 2nd level. And we have those stairs and elevators sort of terminating at a central reception desk and administration area. So the idea was just having ease of wayfinding through that space. And then from there, you basically have divided the floor into the east and the west. And so on the west, which happens to be left on this, is kind of the community-focused spaces. And the idea was to create spaces that were highly flexible, can be utilized in a multitude of different orientations for different meetings, anything from a classroom to a banquet to a quinceañera to a wedding reception, all kinds of potential activities. And then we also wanted to make sure some of the initial program ideas were both youth and arts, and so including youth and arts and crafts area within that upper level, which also had its own wet sink and storage area for supplies that opened onto the central circulation area. We also looked at a catering kitchen. So we've got a catering kitchen that provides access to the multi-purpose rooms, mostly for pre-warmed or pre-made foods, and it's more of a staging area. but very centrally located, again, close to the elevator, so things can come in and out of that level really easily, and then you can service basically any room in the space. A very unique feature that we really kind of pushed on was the universal restrooms that we're showing here. Those would be a central point, much more open than you're typically used to seeing. You're seeing them a lot, say, in airports now and other venues. With that, in lieu of individual stalls being for male or female, this has a personalized stall for whoever wants to use it. And then there's a more of a common area, sink area, that's a lower wall, highly visible, and you can circumnavigate the stalls themselves, and so you never find yourself sort of at a dead end within that space. We took the same philosophy as well for the shower areas that can double as restrooms as well, and so. And then as you continue to move to the east, that's where we've got our cardio weight area. We did kind of plan that with the idea of having a view window over the ice sheets. And so where you see those treadmills, you can imagine being there looking over the ice sheets. And then the more heavy equipment, weightlifting equipment, if you will, to the north side. Those are kind of over the car park, and so any vibration, noise, et cetera, are sort of mitigated by its location. And then we've got the multi-purpose community activity room. So that's your yoga, your Pilates, or any other sort of group activities that you want to do. Again, kind of leaning on the high flexibility of the space. And just to kind of wet your whistle, these are some of the ideas of like what does this manifest itself as in terms of the visuals and the architecture. So this is coming up the stairs. You've come up from the entry level down below. The elevator is directly behind you in this image. You're greeted by the reception desk and the people that are working there. You can also see the individual office cubicles that are very open to allow clear lines of sight and passive supervision throughout the facility. Looking here, you're kind of looking back to the cardio weight area. You're getting a glimpse into that multi-purpose activity room. And then you can kind of see right on the right there that those are sort of the open universal restroom area. Again, highly visible to everyone at the front desk. Very central to the overall location within the facility. This is looking down then to the west. We, in working with everybody, really wanted to maintain the maximum flexibility. So we started implying or putting in these nano wall systems. So you've got basically movable walls. So if you can imagine, you can close down the youth activity and arts room for those individual activities. Or if you're having a massive event, you can kind of open these windowed walls on both sides to have sort of a pre-function area before going in. So realizing we had a very small footprint, wanting to maximize the usability of those areas. And then also just from a material standpoint, again, you're beginning to see some of these windows that we have incorporated. Those would be looking off into the ice sheet. So you can see that activity going on. Whether you're above looking down or down below looking up, you can see the synergies between those two activities there. And then using the wood ceilings as sort of a passive guide that kind of denotes or delineates the circulation zone to make it very easy to navigate around the space. This is that multi-purpose community room, so we're not showing the bifold door closed here. We're showing it completely open. You'll see we're showing also a couple different setups. We're showing the table rounds, the 8 tops, if you will, here in the foreground, and then set up more as a lecture scenario in the back. And that west wall there, that's what's looking out towards like Washington and the Olympics beyond. So really wanted to sort of embrace that opportunity unique feature of the Houghton Park and Ride site. And then it is the multi-purpose activity room, so hardwood floors, ballet bars, mirrors, etc. So this has a bunch of different activities that it can host that can help facilitate sort of active use within the facility. And then this is that cardio weight area we were kind of talking about earlier. You can kind of get a sense of those treadmills looking out over the ice sheet through the window there. And then some hits of color to bring some life, and again, passive sort of wayfinding techniques to help people navigate and move around the facility. Thank you.
Do you want to go back to the elevation committee? And council comments, questions? Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Councilmember Sweet, just got her.
Oh, Councilmember Sweet?
You're on mute.
Councilmember Sweet, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Just a quick question from a bad experience in the past. I noticed we have one elevator. Are elevators more reliable now than they used to be?
Well, when you have a single elevator, you're absolutely right. You lack that redundancy. And so what we did do, the one subtle change that we did make here was go with a more robust elevator, larger in size. The fact that it is only a single stop, well, we're not going to talk about the roof today. There could be potentially a two-stop. But from a use case, they are performing much better now than they are in the past. The fact that it is just one or two stops helps mitigate potential failures. But when you have no redundancy, there's always that opportunity that there could be, the elevator could be down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go. You've managed to put a lot in a very small space, and I really appreciate the flexibility, particularly on the yellow side, because I was looking for something where we could have community gatherings. So I love that. I was thinking you're just going to use one side, but that you can open up the youth art side. That is really, really smart. I'm curious, how many showers? It looks like just 2 showers we could squeeze in? Okay.
We're just showing 2 showers here. We're finding more and more, we do a lot of these types of projects. Well, this one's a pretty unique one, but a lot of community and recreation type projects. Shower usage is down tremendously from what it used to be. And so more and more, these showers or convenient showers would be really for folks that are coming into work early in the morning, getting their workout, and they're going to shower before they go out. We're seeing, particularly in the younger crowd, people they're waiting to go home to shower. And so that hence the reason, and because we're just kind of focused on cardio, this doesn't include like all of the showers and things that they've got the Kraken have down on their space. But we think it's right size for the types of activities you're going to have within the facility.
We don't want to give up real estate for showers that we could
And
use.
it's expensive real estate. You're absolutely right. And we were a little bit tight with what we had to play with.
And then I'm disappointed that we don't get to talk about the roof, as I'm sure you've heard. But how would they access the roof? Would it be through that main staircase?
So the main staircase would continue up another run to the rooftop level. Same with the elevator. And so if you can imagine, there'd be a little rooftop structure that you would come off into and then exit out onto the occupied roof space.
Okay. And I did see that you had opened up the stairwell to the sky.
Yes.
So there was a lot of natural light coming in, and you're maximizing the views on the yellow side, so.
Yeah, we are showing that. You can see that continuation. You're very astute there, that we really thought this is another great opportunity to bring natural daylight into the heart of the building by utilizing, kind of double dipping with that staircase and stairwell.
Yeah, great. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a couple observations and I guess a question, a couple questions. One, we don't have to put the plan back up there, but I like the mayor. I really like that the opportunity for that open community space. We had our retreat on Friday at Redmond's Community Center, and it was just wonderful just to see the number of Redmond community members coming and going, and just spending time with each other. We don't even know what all they were doing, but they were there was a lot of them coming and going all day long. And it just really it seemed like really enjoying the type of spaces we have there. on the west side of the design. So I appreciate that. And I'm sure we have a lot of folks in our community who would be really excited about what we have there on the east side too. Space that, Lynn, we don't have that kind of workout type of facility for our residents in any of our current spaces. Is
We
that
do
true?
not.
And this, although you guys have squeezed a lot in 10,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet compares to our other community centers as, in fact, our largest community center. So it's a lot in a small space, but it's also extremely meaningful. If you go back to the picture of the entrance counter, yeah. So I do have one quick question, another quick question. We're showing a Kraken game on the screen there. Obviously, that's just concept. And certainly, at different points throughout the facility, whether you're working out or you're spending time with community, you can watch the Iceplex, and the Bruins will be out there practicing for a game tomorrow, or so a tournament will be there, a youth tournament will be going on, or possibly an adult tournament, whatever. But and the rest of this building is definitely going to have a Kraken look and feel. In fact, I think most people who have thought about this really like the idea of a Kraken look and feel. But when you enter this space, what's going to tell us that, hey, you have now entered the space of the city of Kirkland? This belongs to the city of Kirkland. This is administered by the Parks and Community Service. I do think when you enter this space, despite the fact you'll still have these windows into the Kraken space, I do think it's really nice for the community to, when they enter this space, to know that this belongs to them.
My general thought was to grab that logo from up there, the whole big wooden piece, and bring it on over there. Actually, we could create a new one. But doing something like that on the wall where you see the TV, that's the first thing that you see when you come up, is that would be the place to have it branded, for sure. Yeah.
I think that would be, I think that would be important to make sure folks really, once they entered this space, even though they feel like they're pulling up and parking in front of a Kraken facility, and that's kind of neat. It's neat to be the home of an organization like that, certainly. I think that I've talked to a lot of people in our community who are excited about that kind of civic pride of being the home of a facility like that, hearkening back, frankly, to the days of being the home of the Seahawks. But I do think once we enter this space, I think it would be really nice. Although there are windows into what's going on in the Kraken facility, this belongs to the people of the city of Kirkland, and it looks and feels that way. Thanks.
I would just add, in the renderings you saw before about the outside, the agreement has that we get to name the Kirkland Community Center, and there's also the potential for a marquee at that section that says something like Kirkland Community Center, or whatever else we want to call it. So there will be a big sign at the entrance that makes it clear it's ours as well.
Oh, and can I just clarify one point, since I'm talking about ownership, and I'm talking about ownership sort of in a look and feel ownership, but in fact, just to be clear with the community, the city of Kirkland's going to own this entire building. It'll be leased by the team in the current framework guidelines.
Yes, that is one of the frameworks we're negotiating. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, as others have said, I really appreciate the flexibility of spaces here. I think it's really smart given our limited square footage that we have a variety of uses. I also was looking not only for spaces for specific classes and programming, but those community events that the mayor mentioned. And so I'm really looking forward to the design concept for the roof coming up in the future as well. But the reason that I raised my hand is I really want to underscore Councilmember Sweet's concern over having a second elevator and the lack of a second elevator here. This is really could potentially be an accessibility issue. So I'd really love to see options on where we could potentially place a second elevator here. As Councilmember Black mentioned last week, some of us got to tour the Redmond Senior and Community Center, and one of the things they talked about was access to the gymnasium, the workout space in proximity to reception, just because it was an access issue that you pay to use, whether you pay per use or pay monthly or annually to use that. And so I assume that would need to be considered here as well if we're going to be following or considering a similar model to pay per use or pay for use of the gym space, that we would need to consider proximity of folks coming, up and down the elevator and access in relation to the reception and the gym as well. But I just, again, wanted to underscore that I think that's a really important consideration that I'd like us to explore options for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
No, I'm not going to add on to all the accolades about the design and everything. I had a question about just going back to the original Kirkland proposal from 2023. They had identified this being 15,000 square feet, and now we're talking about, did we say 10,000 square feet? What's
12,000 total.
Oh, 12,000. Can you talk about the difference between those two?
I'm going to kick that over to Mr. Lopez.
Yeah, I can. So their original concept was before they knew the dimensions of the park and ride or had any design. So the first move from the 15 to the basically 12.5 came just been looking at what space you actually had on the site. So that was where we came down. And then the 10,000 square feet is basically the usable space for the 12 once you put in the corridors and the walls and everything that's behind it. So.
In the original, thank you, City Manager, the original proposal had a different concept, the structure of how they were going to do it. And it came into this kind of more prefab structure that they usually do, and I think that contributed to it.
Okay, that's helpful. I think it's good to be clear because all that information is available online. We want to be clear about how we arrived at this square footage. Thanks.
Yeah, so for example, their first floor is also 12,000 square feet. It's not 15. Mm-hmm. So ours is not smaller than theirs.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chris and Lauren and Lynn. Since this summary was not in the packet and there's been a lot of very quick iterations on this, there was a slide where you had different options that you had looked at, and you've come down to the option that you saw the details on. Can you talk a little bit about your thought process and how you got to this final recommended option and what you optimized?
Sure. I think this is through an iterative process where we were kind of just exploring. All ideas were good, and we wanted to get everything out on the table and understand what the parameters were that we were dealing with. And so each one is slightly different, and maybe I can use color to help guide you around there. But you can kind of see where we were looking at the admin area, for instance, some off to the west, we were more centralized, some off to the east. Kind of seeing how the overall general flow. And the other thing was that was really, I would say, the major driver was that community space. Having a very highly usable multi-purpose community space was a key component. And if you look at the three options, as you kind of look at the two ends, if you will, the one in the middle, it gets kind of a little bit strange with that L shape. It was kind of interesting, and we kind of everyone was interested in kind of exploring that. But in the end, the most efficient way to sort of cut this space up was to sort of have the more linear bar. And so that was probably the biggest element. And with the teen art and craft place, it was like, how do we maximize, we've got a very small footprint, and how do we maximize its usability? And part of that was sort of the idea of these movable walls and having it highly visible as well. We tried to, and you'll notice a little bit on the image number one, where we're getting to some really tight little corridors or hallways, which really seemed antithetic to where we wanted to go with the project. It wants to be very open and inviting. And so those kinds of concepts kind of percolated to the top. And so in the end, it was sort of neither one of these options was exactly the one we said we're going to go with this one. It was kind of a combination of the best ideas from each one that we kind of tried to develop into a plan and concept that addressed all of the goals and vision for the project.
And then secondly, when we looked at the demand for our current class and community space, first, I'm very excited on how you've designed the big community space for when we want to say, okay, we're going to devote all the space, home build it all up. We've got a big room with windows and a great view for those major community events that we've got no place to host today. But also, I'm interested from the oversubscription in our classroom today, those community spaces could be subdivided to have multiple classes going on
You sure can. It
simultaneously?
can, right now with this design, it could be subdivided into two. Originally, we thought about three, but then with the refinement, two is really better. And when we're thinking about using it for dance classes, those types of things, we wanted a slightly bigger space. So you could have two programs going on in the community center. You could have a fitness class going on in the activity room, and then youth programs going on in the youth space. So you could have a pretty large number of people in the facility, and the versatility does allow, part of the versatility is the flooring. So the versatility allows us to do a lot of different types of programs.
Thank you. City Manager?
So I probably know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So we do have some slides on the roof. We need about 40 minutes to give the pool feasibility study. So if the council's willing to go a little late, past 7 o'clock, we could show you some of the roof slides. If the council's interested in seeing those first.
Okay, we will.
Okay. And we're adjourned. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
So we've got it queued up. Yeah, let's talk about the month of February. Similar path. We came together for a kickoff meeting in person, developed some goals around this rooftop and its intentional use, and then through a series of conversations, came up with 3 very rough plan iterations that developed into a preferred plan, very similar to the community center. From that idea, we went in together with ideas of an all-in fitness approach, a fitness garden approach, more of a rec room approach, very straightforward, and talked about the functionality of this space to be able to flex, to be able to accommodate weddings, to be able to accommodate parkour and families, and all of the various aspects that the city is looking for. And what we ended up with is determining that really the all-in fitness option with some of the best of what we were calling the fitness garden, and you'll see that in the next slide, really coming together as a hybrid option, felt like the right fit. And so with our team members from Site Workshop, we came up with the plan that you see here, which I'll quickly go through. Just to give you something to kind of ground you, that central stair that Chris mentioned has an access point here up through an open stairwell that is daylit, as was mentioned. We would also take the elevator up to the rooftop, and that would have access here. We've incorporated a single-user restroom into the facility, again, for accommodating some of those bigger gatherings. We've also included a community room, which is sized for a large classroom, something where you could have yoga up on the rooftop. You could accommodate a number of different events. There's also a similar-sized covered outdoor area that could provide a shelter in rain or sun, and would have actually operable louvers, and you'll get a chance to see that in a few slides. That second stair, that egress stair, is required, and that comes up to the rooftop as well as with an access point. Now, to talk more about more of the landscape items, this area over here on the right-hand side is being described as a fitness garden. It has a running track, which incorporates a 40-meter straight dash. This is a rubberized track that would be a vibrant blue color. It would be incorporated into it would be fitness equipment all around the track itself, including the incorporation of a parkour structure, which is jumping up on larger platforms and really incorporating that into the center here. Not only is just parkour, but something that's kind of attractive and is also made of wood elements, and you'll see that in images. And throughout, we're incorporating seating and benching. Over here on the left-hand side is just described as the kind of the garden area. So a lot more vegetation, including trees, which are these circle elements that we've incorporated and planned for with the structure of the building itself. The wood seating area is all throughout. And then over on the far left, where there's an outlook, we have the flex fitness or event space, which is an uncovered space, but could be a great opportunity for a wedding or an event otherwise. One last element to mention is the incorporation of a fitness stair, which is a unique fitness item, and we'll show images of that, but allowing folks to kind of climb up the stairs and run down the ramp was an interest of the city. So I'll hand it over to Chris to talk through these
Can I add
renderings.
something real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We really struggled with a lot of different concepts for the roof. We didn't want to duplicate the second floor, and we had to very seriously think about who was going to use that roof. And one aspect of the design that you'll see is, again, we try to bring in a lot of versatility. So on the west side, you see you can use those spaces alone or together again. And the fitness stair and the parkour structure are unique. There is no parkour in Kirkland, so it's another one of those really unique features.
That's good. Yeah. Thank you. Chris.
And then from the overall programming and massing, we just tried to, for the most part, match the information that we did have in terms of the materiality that had been provided in the initial Kirkland concept. And so this is that trellised shade area. Those are operable louvers that you see over the wood structure. We've got some very playful items like large swings for kids or adults to enjoy. We've got sort of those quiet and buzzy areas that are out. So the buzzy area being more that athletic fitness track and parkour, and these quieter zones where you can just gather, be a part of a larger event. And you're seen here into that community space that has large sliding operable wall doors, if you will, kind of riffing a little bit off of what we did down on the lower level with the teen and art area, to create a very opaque in and out experience where you can be out, particularly in the bridge seasons, where this would be just a fantastic space to be in. And then, like Laura was saying, we've got sort of a mix of natural vegetation, natural plantings on the rooftop, as well as some trees, sort of vertical elements and shade. And all that was sort of incorporated with our structural engineer to understand what the implications are of creating that level of detail on this space. This is kind of looking from the northwest corner, like looking back. So the wood element you see right behind that tree, that's our egress stair. It's a very nice egress stair. And we've kind of taken that wood element then and propagated that through the framework of the trellis to kind of create a cohesive use of materiality there. There was a lot of various metal panels on the building structure itself, and so we've kind of used that to delineate our core there, which is the stair and the elevator and the community room. And then you get these just nice little pockets to sit around, sit up against. We do have a railing system around the perimeter, and then we can go to the next slide here.
Just mention that this is a good view of which you can see both doors on the community room are opened up, so to make that really transparent between indoor and out to facilitate a large group of folks.
We are implying a little bit of a screen because we didn't know exactly what's going on with the roof above the Kraken Iceplex complex. We know what's going on above this part of the roof, but not the ice sheets themselves. And so it started implying some visual mitigation there in the form of sort of these wood slats. You're seeing that fitness stair that Lauren was talking about, where you basically have a stair run up on one side and a plyometric ramp going down the other that would have like artificial turf on it. But then we've kind of tried to take that piece of equipment and sort of wrap it in the overall envelope of skin materials that we're using elsewhere on the roof. And you're starting to see those hints. It happens to be blue here. It could be any color, but the idea of kind of bringing in some vibrancy and fun to those rubber surfaces that are very usable from a running and fitness standpoint, but also creates a unique visual opportunity to take advantage of in that space. And again, kind of blurring this line between the natural and the fitness areas was kind of key. And Lynn was really instrumental in kind of pushing the parkour elements of not looking like too much play equipment, if you will, but more refined and in tune with the rest of the aesthetic that was taking place up on the rooftop.
I was just mentioning, hopefully it's something you can seeing these renderings, but you really can't understand how one half of the space could be really used for active, and from this vista, you couldn't even see the more social kind of community space on the opposite end. So we really did try to be really thoughtful about creating two different environments that would accommodate different uses in a small footprint. So, thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you. Amazing job. I mean, I kind of want to pause just for a second, and that would be an amazing asset to the city of Kirkland. But I want to keep my remarks short because I know we're short on time. I do have one of the advantages, if you can go back, actually go back two. Yeah. One of the advantages of this design, and I'm just wondering if it was intentional, is this, to the extent you have sort of a third story element to this design, it looks like it looks intentional that we've sort of backed away the third story elements, set back away from where obviously we have an arterial road and then we have a freeway, and a parking lot, a arterial road, and then a freeway. Less concern on that side. On the other side, we have single-family neighborhood, and it looks intentional. Is that intentional that we've sort of stepped back that third floor element away from the neighbors?
Yeah, we did kind of want to step it back from basically the whole perimeter there, and really make it the structural components that you're seeing more about the experience you have when you're up there, and that the building itself was kind of pulled back. We did have a lot of discussion about the neighbors on the east, the fact that we're sort of fighting the idea of you've got these great views and vistas out to the west, but you also have the 405 to the west. And so, but trying to be smart about it, understanding that seemed to be the best place for the egress stair. So kind of using some of that massing to help disguise some of that sound transfer. It's a little bit of a wall, if you will. And also relying a little bit on it's a higher than regular guardrail because it's second level. We want to be concerned with safety and making sure that people or shenanigans don't take place. And that also does. We were looking at a solid rail system because of that sound transfer to sort of, if you will, that can imagine that sound's coming from down low on the 405 and kind of ideally is kind of shooting over. You're still going to you're not going to not know you're by the freeway, but trying to mitigate that to the greatest degree possible, and was very much in tune with the massing that you're describing.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for this. I really appreciate us, trying to maximize the use of the roof. It looks beautiful. I also appreciate that this is just the beginning of, any design discussions, and that there'll be a lot more such discussions if we do continue and proceed with the potential partnership with the Kraken. But I do have just a few comments. Just looking at this, I'm glad you're on this slide, because as a mom, I can say those raised beds next to those rails make me very nervous. So I would hope that it wouldn't actually play out like that, but I appreciate it just kind of to give us an idea for now. Another thing that we've learned in some of our recent park renovations that we've heard a lot from our community members is that we almost can't get enough cover. I appreciate, again, that you're here with some cover here on this design here. And I appreciate the trees that you have designed kind of scattered throughout, but I just want to encourage us, we hear so much from our community members, whether it's protection from sun or protection from rain, that's scattered throughout areas. It's just really important to have that cover. And then I want to just mention again, I know I mentioned it when we were talking about the floor beneath this, but the elevator issue, because not only is it as I mentioned, an accessibility issue, but also I can see this beautiful space being to use for community events in conjunction with the space below. And I can imagine that having the catering kitchen, the space below that we would potentially need to be using an elevator for catering or for some uses. And so just again, another reason for us to consider designing in a second elevator. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I love the visualizations. This is going to be great. At least 3-4 months out of the year. Is it designed for all year-round use?
I just quickly brought up that picture to show the other idea, which is to bring that glass railing up even higher for those, as you mentioned, safety, and I see the double thumbs up. Thank you. That's another way in which we can secure that guardrail in a pretty easy fashion.
And yes, year-round. So all of those pieces over on the east side is all, you can use it in any sort of weather. Not that you'd want to use it when it's pouring rain, but, you know, light Seattle rain, no problem.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to say, the city manager had it exactly right. The change in the structure, the salient point is that they are maximizing the use of the property. I think they just overestimated the amount of square footage in the original design.
Okay. In response to your question, Deputy Mayor, I was going to say, look at how busy the Houghton Park and Ride is now. Pickleball players are out at 8 in the morning despite the weather, so, and playing in the dark when you drive by. This is really cool. There's just so much opportunity here, and again, you managed to add so much into this space. I'm really pleased to see it, so thank you for giving us the extra time, but well done.
Just as a wrap up, to reemphasize that this would be all on the city's dime to do the roof like this. So that's something we'll come back to you with, like more on the roof and what the cost might be and those kind of opportunities and trade-offs. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you guys coming. All right, we're going to squeeze in our last item, which is the Peter Kirk Pool Facility Assessment and Feasibility Study.
Okay, well, we're making that shift. Just a brief reminder of how we got here. So with the failure of the proposition for the new Aquatic Recreation Center, the City Council gave us money in the budget to do a feasibility assessment of options to cover the Peter Kirk Pool. And you asked us to give you a wide range. So we have things that could be a temporary, short-term, seasonal, or a full-on covering. And so I have a chance to walk you through each of those and hear council's feedback and get further direction. So I believe this presentation is going to be led by John Lloyd, our Deputy Director of Parks and Community Services.
Councilmember Pascal, could I get you to close the presentation, please?
I was getting ahead of myself.
Wanted a preview. I can't blame you. Now I have to figure out the Zoom thing. How do I hide this thing? How do I do that? I learned that's a new trick I learned, so. Okay. Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council. Thank you for taking some time tonight to talk about the pool. This conversation follows all of our previous ballot measure conversations and then the post-ballot measure conversations about a potential smaller facility, which resulted in you all passing Resolution 5624, directing us to look into what it's going to take to keep this pool running, as well as potential options to enclose the pool. So to address those questions, we put out an RFP last summer and hired Schemata Workshop. And I'm going to introduce Jeff Anderson from Schemata and George Dinas from Councilman Hunsaker, who were hired to conduct that feasibility assessment to evaluate the current pool, as well as a feasibility study for potential enclosure options. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to run the majority of the presentation, but we have some discussion questions for you at the end. So I'll let you drive.
Thank you much.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll
turn that guy on for you.
Thank you. There you go. Yes, my name is Jeff Anderson, he, him. I'm principal with Schemata Workshop Architects located in Seattle. I've been working actually with Kirkland on a couple projects right now, but working with aquatics for a while, and I'll just let George introduce himself real quick too.
Yeah, George Dinas with Councilman Hunsaker. We're the aquatics consultants.
So, as John outlined, there were two main focuses of our work here. The first part of our focus was to look at the existing facility and do an assessment of that facility. I had previously done an assessment, 12 years ago on the pool, so a lot of it was an update to that. And then the second part of it was looking at how we could make this a year-round facility, primarily being the an enclosure option. And then, of course, looking at costs. So the existing condition assessment is, oh, yeah, well, okay, sorry. This slide is just basically saying what I just said. So key observations for the existing facility. Obviously, you have the building and the site of the exterior building, of the exterior facility, the property. The buildings are in pretty good condition as they are, so not too much you have to worry about with those. They're in good structural integrity. I think there's a recommendation for some minor structural seismic work and primarily some accessibility notes. And I think the city's also is fully aware of that. And that's even looking at from the parking lot where the library is, access to the site, access from the sidewalks off Kirkland Avenue, all those kinds of things were considered. With the pools and systems, we looked at the pool decks, the pools themselves, mechanical systems, electrical systems, plumbing, everything associated with the systems around the pool. The pool decks are, there's multiple kinds of decks. They've been popping up in different areas. You can see kind of in that photo there, the texture of the decks. For the most part, they drain okay. Again, there's some accessibility things. And then with the pool systems, one of the biggest concerns that is probably getting looked at soon is the main drains, meeting the code compliance for health code with those. So what we did with our recommendations is we looked at what we considered short-term recommendations and long-term recommendations. And you'll see here a third column, which is the scope that we would recommend be included with an enclosure option. So short-term recommendations would be those things that we think you should be looking at in the next 5 years or so. They include everything that we would call health, safety, and welfare, and we include accessibility and health, safety, and welfare, so anything that would be ADA improvements would fall under there. That's about $2 million worth of recommendations. And you have long-term needs. Those would be things that you probably should be looking at in the next 10, 12 years or so. And that's another little over $2 million. So a total of $4.3 million worth of recommendations to the existing facility, regardless of whether you were looking at a year-round enclosure option or not. If you're going to do the enclosure option, there's some trade-offs in costs there. So there's about $3.3 million worth of work to the existing facility that we would recommend that are part of the assessment scope as part of the enclosure option. So the feasibility study, I'll let George talk about those, but we looked at 3 main enclosure options. We looked at an addition for a new lifeguard room and some family changing rooms, all gender changing rooms, and a conversion of the wading pool to an activity pool.
And so what we looked at was a variety of pre-engineered building solutions, alternative natatorium buildings, and they come at a variety of constructability as well as durability, and then seasonality options as well. And so the first option we looked at was an open air enclosure that you can see there. So this is a prefabricated aluminum structure, has the ability to have retractable panels at the top as well as doors that open around the side. And so this is an option that would fully enclose Peter Kirk Pool on a year-round basis. This would be a permanent solution, but then you have the opportunity on days where there's no rain, seasonal weather, that you can open up the panels along the top in retractable fashion. And this is something that could enclose either, we'll show you different options that we enclose both the lap pool or the wading pool, plus we have some options of what that wading pool replacement could look like. But you see here, size and massing on the site and what that could look like in relationship to the other adjacent buildings and structures and parking lot, plus that ability to have the retractable panels on the roof of the facility. When we looked at the next option, this is a little bit less in cost than the open air solution. This is called a sprung structure, and so it is a essentially a tension fabric building that is over an aluminum shell. This does not have the ability for retractability on the roof, but you can see in the picture here, this is a facility that we designed in the pools for in Castle Rock, Colorado. There are operable doors on the side, so you can get some of that seasonality with this facility. You can also do some daylighting on the top panels. And then another key consideration for all of these options is the ability to have some sort of dehumidification system to help control the air quality, which is one of the biggest items that we look at when we look at indoor aquatics, is maintaining the air quality, having the temperature within 4 degrees, the air temperature within 4 degrees of the pool temperature, as well as a relative humidity of 50 to 60%. And so that just helps with maintaining the comfort of swimmers, the air quality for competitive swimmers that are exerting themselves, as well as making sure that you have an environment within the natatorium that is not corrosive to the building. But this is, tension fabric, so it is more of a tent-like structure. All of the sprung structures come with that shape that you see there, so it is a larger tent, but this is also meant to be a permanent solution, not something that would come up and down on a seasonal basis. And then the last thing that we looked at was an air-supported enclosure, and so there's a variety of manufacturers of these, Yadon domes, Horizon domes, and you see these a lot of times over sports complexes, over football fields, tennis complexes in the wintertime. So this is something that could stay up year-round, but it is meant to be up from September the 1st to May the 1st, and then it's meant to be removed from May 1st to September the 1st. So this is the only option that we explored that would give you a fully indoor Peter Kirk pool as well as a fully outdoor Peter Kirk pool. And it is something that you need to take the pool offline for about a week as you're putting it up and a week as you're taking it down, whereas the other options would allow you to have full year-round operations. This one, you would have that week off on either side of the putting up the dome or taking the dome down, that would allow, give you time to put the dome up and down. Plus, you also need storage for this. A couple of things with the air-supported enclosures: there is not full dehumidification, but there is some level of heating and cooling, but it is probably, it's the most cost-effective way to enclose an outdoor pool, but it also does not create the best indoor environment for indoor aquatic programs. And so there you can see what that could look like. We're showing this more as the base option of only enclosing the L-shaped lap pool, but not enclosing the wading pool with this option.
And there are a few of these around.
Turn your mic on.
We have talked to some of the local pools in the area, Mercer Island Country Club, Mercer Island Tennis Club, and Newcastle used to have one, about the operations of taking these up and down. So there are local resources if you wanted to explore this option. One of the things you saw with these graphics here is you saw different variations of how we applied. As George was saying, this option that covers both pools, or you're saying here we're just covering the main pool. So we'll get to that a little bit later when we create the scenarios. So in addition to looking at the pool enclosures, one of the things that came up with staff and kind of talking through the program elements here was looking at an option for expanding the existing bathhouse to allow for a new location for staff lifeguards, as well as adding family, all-gender changing room facilities. This would realign the main entry to the facility off of Kirkland Avenue instead of the park. So you can see right now this building here turned at an angle is the main entry. You come in, if you're parking, you come in off the parking lot here, or you come from the park. There's the control point here, and then you walk all the way across the pool decks to get to the bathhouse, which is not a normal way to do that. A lot of people obviously shortcut that process. Ideally, you want people to, say, shower before they go in the pool. So this would create a new entry point from the parking lot that would come straight in this way with some access. There's some grade change here, so off of the street, come down to a plaza, and then you would enter the control point here. You would have the staff and lifeguard room with the views out to the pool deck in this way. And then you would be able to come through here to 3 sets of the family changing rooms, have some lockers accessible, and then go out to the pool deck that way. So part of the reason that comes up is you look at that existing building, and 2 scenarios that were also looked at in the feasibility study is, well, one scenario in the feasibility study was separating the existing wading pool from the lap pool. Right now, those pools actually operate as one pool system. That's not ideal for multiple reasons. One of which is if there's a contamination issue, you have to shut down your entire facility as opposed to, say, just the wading pool. And so that's been out there for as long as I've been familiar with Peter Kirk Pool, is something that would be good to do. So this scenario looks at an option to update and add the mechanical capacity for 2 pool systems. Obviously, that takes a lot of space away from your staff and lifeguarding area, leaves them with about half the area they currently have, which is probably not ideal. But, there is a way to do it. And then so lastly, we looked at how an option to convert the wading pool to a activity pool, and I'll let George talk about that again.
Yes, and so we looked at a variety of options for what to do with the wading pool, just to increase functionality, increase programmability, even increase capacity, but while still maintaining having an area for children at the facility. And so we had several different options that we looked at. The one that you see on the screen there was one of the more preferred options. This gives a variety of new spaces that the wading pool does not have. So it gives has an ADA accessible ramp. It has a grand staircase, which is good for staging little children for swimming lessons. It also has a large open programmable area for water fitness classes, as well as open recreation, plus the little circular portion, figure 8 at the bottom, that has some bench seating, some open recreational area. But again, the idea is to be able to get a little bit more functionality out of this pool compared to the wading pool, especially if you're going to be looking at a year-round operation. You would be able, in the enclosed environment, to have 2 separate water temperatures. And so you could have the lap pool at, say, 82 degrees for, more of the lap swimmers and fitness users that are exerting themselves. But then on the water fitness and swim lesson side, those aquatic users like the water to be 85 to 86. And so this would allow you to have 2 separate water temperatures for the different aquatic user groups that visit Peter Kirk Pool. And then the other thing that we did was look at just the operational implications of taking Peter Kirk Pool from a seasonal to a year-round facility, the existing staffing structures and what that might look like on a year-round basis with increased personnel, increased hours of operation. Obviously, pumps and motors that are running on a year-round basis. We looked at other area facilities to, get an idea on the program enhancements that you could look at as well. And so what we found there is that, obviously the expense budget is going to increase substantially because you'd be operating year-round as opposed to seasonally. But then we would also find that the revenue opportunities would increase as well from daily memberships or daily daily admissions for lap swim and recreation swim, but then also the program participation for swimming lessons and water fitness classes. And so we've developed some budgets for that, looking at going, close to, 1.3 to 1.5 million on an annual basis for operational costs, but also see the revenue going from in the $300,000 range to close to $750,000 to $800,000 if you were to operate the facility year-round. And so the next slide has the cost recovery rate. So the cost recovery goes down a little bit, which is not uncommon. Indoor aquatics is typically a subsidized activity, and so your subsidy would increase, but it also gives you 12 months of operation as opposed to, 4 months of operation throughout the year.
So just quickly to go through kind of the overall costs here, again, the assessment recommendations, immediate needs, about 2 million, long-term 2.2, total of about $4.3 million of recommendations for the existing facility. And then looking at the enclosure options, and so you have the open air, the sprung, and the sort of Arizon, Yaden bubble type facilities. Enclosures. So the main enclosure, what we've shown here is enclosing just the main enclosure, the activity closure, and then the assessment costs, which was that third column that I identified earlier, the $3.3 million. So you can see the open air is about 20 million, sprung 10, and the bubble is about $7 million for if you covered both pools and all the costs in there. Then I've identified the bathhouse addition costs, about 1.9 million, and reconfiguring the existing pool building to allow for that mechanical configuration that I showed is about 200,000. And then the waiting and activity pool is about $3 million to convert that to the activity pool there. Just pulled this out. This is in the assessment cost, but just so you had a point of reference for ease of comparison, it's about $850,000 for just separating those two pools. Now, one of the things that we, oops, okay, you did that. Yep, that's right, you did. You buried it. Never mind.
They put together a few different scenarios. The report includes a few different scenarios where there's like a small, medium, and large option. Since we were coming to you guys seeking your direction, I buried that at the end to focus on the discussion questions that we've got for you, seeking some direction on how you'd like to proceed to provide the aquatic experience for Kirkland moving forward.
What I guess I'll do to just preface that is you can mix and match a lot of those scenarios. So you can mix, just covering the lap pool, covering both pools. You got 3 scenarios for enclosures. You've got the new changing rooms and loft rooms. So with that, we kind of came up with a large, medium, and small minimum option, but those aren't even the only options you can come up with. So that's the only thing I'll preface with the choices there.
Yeah, and I just want to mention that the difference in whether it's short-term, medium-term, or long-term solution changes the recommendation. If we want to just focus on swim lessons, that changes the recommendation. So ultimately, that's what we were seeking is, what's your ultimate goal, and we'll bring you a mix and match of features with total cost.
All right, we're back. All right, who wants to start? Councilmember Sweet.
Thanks. I'm going to go first so that I can pack up and come down to City Hall. I guess my comments are, this is scary big numbers, and I don't see where we would come up with, particularly at the over $20 million level. At the same time, we continue to keep putting this off, and every time we put it off, it gets more expensive. We spend more for less. So I'm interested in seeing more numbers around what it is we can accomplish in the short term. At the same time, my brain wants to see some huge happening in the 85th Street corridor or somewhere that could begin to let us see a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of where revenues might be coming from. So I'm cautiously pessimistic. Is that a thing? Anyway, I am pessimistic, but I still need a little bit more information before I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm glad that Councilmember Sweet went first. Thank you for your comments. I agree. I feel like these questions are a little bit hard to answer without some more context. I think about context is so important, right? Thinking about, as Councilmember Sweet said, what can we afford? How are we going to fund this? And this also in comparison to other, or in prioritization among other needs that we have, right? I think about the North Kirkland Community Center that desperately needs to be rebuilt, that we know there. And, some in the community may think that that's an even more urgent need. Some may think that this is a more urgent need, right? So we have some prioritization discussions to happen if we even can get to the point where we have funding to be able to do some of these projects. And, I'm aware as well with the North Kirkland Community Center that would be more feasible if the partnership proceeds with the potential partnership with the Kraken, so that we would have space down the line to be able to maintain our programming while that would be rebuilt. So a lot of it is timing, a lot of it is funding and prioritization. So I think there are just some unknowns there that make it really difficult for me to answer some of these questions. That said, we do know that this is an urgent need, and I am interested in seeing what we could afford to do, both in the short and long-term solutions. I am open-minded to all the different options depending on how they could play out, but I can see some of the lower cost models being more feasible in the short term, just given our revenue and budget constraints. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation, the work. I like to see the range of options. That was really helpful to have. So personally, I support making this a fully year-round facility. And I'm really interested in the long-term and the midterm concepts, because I think that's what would best balance all the different needs and requirements to make that happen. But I want to make sure that we have an understanding of really kind of what the magnitude that we could afford without going and asking voters for a third time for funds. So I'm really interested in that kind of top line number.
When you said short or long term and midterm, did you mean the large and full scale model, the options?
You had like three. Oh yeah, maximum and medium.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the timeline on those, I mean, even the bubbles, the ones that I talked to in Mercer Island, they've had their bubble for 20 years.
Oh.
I would make sure I'm clear on like timeline versus, cost and investment.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was looking more at the maximum medium as concepts that seemed more appropriate for that location and kind of for what we would ultimately want. Because I do see that the benefits of it's not just an enclosure, it's upgrading some of the facilities to provide a better experience for the users so that we get the maximum benefits from these investments. In terms of the going out and seeking input from the public was one of the questions. And, I think that we'd be kind of premature at doing that right now, just because I don't think we fully kind of have our kind of guardrails up, in terms of what it is that we need to kind of look at. And I think some kind of guiding principles of really, I think we need to agree on some guiding principles of really what we want to accomplish, and making sure that as a council and leadership that we agree on those, because I would hate to go back out through another process and then arrive at something that ultimately we can't afford or can't move forward with. So I think that would be really good to make sure we understand. And then a question for parks. So the King County Parks Bond is going to be renewed, and as part of that, I've heard a talk again about including grant funding for pool renovation or pool upgrades. And Juanita Pool in Lake Washington School District was successful this last time in getting funding, and that they'll be shutting down the pool here shortly to upgrade it. Would anything that we're talking about here be eligible for that funding source?
Yeah, we're actually working on a grant application right now for the King County Aquatics Grant for $5 million that would help with this project. And we could turn around in 2 years and apply for another 5 million out of the grant program again. And many cities have done that and gotten awards multiple times. So that is a possibility as well.
Okay, yeah, so that's good to hear, and that's something that I'd be interested in further exploring. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a ton to add to what has already been said. I agree with a lot of what's already been said. You know, I do think I came into the conversation today with kind of a little bit of two minds. One is really wanting to have a semi-permanent long-term solution to indoor aquatics in the city of Kirkland. I was around for the pros plan, I was around for the surveys, around the ballot measure, and indoor aquatics, I kept hitting the top of the list when we surveyed our community members. I would like to see that again, though. I don't recall exactly the results. So question 4 is, you know, do we want to see a new engagement process, or do we want to rely on the previous surveys? For me, I'd like to start with just a reminder of what we saw from the pros plan surveys and the ballot measure surveys. And this kind of goes to my being of two minds. I'd like to sort of, I'm gonna look at this in two different ways, whether we're trying to solve the ultimate goal of having a robust indoor aquatic facility in the city of Kirkland, which I think the city deserves, and I would love to deliver that, but we have to figure out how to pay for it. Separating that from a little bit more discrete question, which is our backlog for families who want swim lessons for their youth. I don't know when we did the pros plan survey outreach, when we did the outreach with the ballot measure, if that kind of came, if we could tell from the questions we asked in the survey whether our residents were more interested in sort of robust indoor aquatics, and I don't. What I mean by that is just, you know, for all ages, all different types of activities, or whether our community was most focused on our swim lesson programming. I would really like to understand that. If we really can't tell a difference in the previous surveys that we've done between those two, I think that might be a justification for new round of community engagement to really suss out what the problem statement really is. Because I think if we're just focused on providing a lot more capacity for swim lessons for some of our youngest residents and families with our youngest folks, I think that's going to probably steer us one direction. But if we really want to provide a more robust indoor aquatic center for all different types of uses, athletics, but also play and older activities for older residents, I think that probably suggests the more expensive, more permanent, and more robust facility. So I guess where I'm coming out is definitely want to move forward. I kind of see us going in probably two pretty clear binary ways. I'm not going to probably love the sort of mushy middle that doesn't really. It's expensive, but it doesn't solve the sort of robust indoor aquatic facility problem statement. If we're not going to do the robust, if for all the reasons I've described and my council members have described, we're not going to do the more robust one, I would like to really just understand it may not be the minimum that's up there, but just what we could do just to provide year-round swim lessons, especially during the school year for preschool aged kids and that kind of thing, so that we can really address the need for all the 10,000 students who are signed up for swim lessons who don't get to do swim lessons in Kirkland. So that's just sharing sort of where I'm coming out. Hopefully that helps. Otherwise, I agree with a lot of what's already been said.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Question. If you put a year-round dome over it, does that blocks the sun in the summer? Okay. That doesn't sound like a positive. So this pool is so small that currently in the summer, they actually sell hourly tickets to this pool, kick everybody out after an hour and then make them line up again. My impression of this pool is, and I use it, it's, built to service a city of 25,000 people. And so I do favor, I think I favor a dome in the winter that comes down in the summer. But I'm concerned about some of the numbers here and investing 15, 20, $25 million in an aging pool that lacks the size and capacity for our current city. So if we can, rig a bouncy house during the winter months here at a reasonable cost, that sounds pragmatic. But some of the other hugely expensive financial investments, I think, may preclude us from a serious full aquatic center, which is what we, I think, dream of someday in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Well, to Councilmember Tim Chisholm's point, I think over the long term, we have the need for both. Making Peter Kirk Pool year-round and figuring out a way to do a separate aquatic center. We have no strategy for the latter. We've dove into that particular pool twice and
Nicely done.
belly flopped both times, and it's going to be a while before we're ready for that again. So I do think about what we want to do over the long term on this. I will disagree with Councilmember Black in that I do think we need the comprehensive solution, not just focused on year-round swim lessons, because I think we're going to have to bring partners in to make this possible. And so that says we need to do something that's capable of doing the swim, of supporting the swim clubs. So I lean towards the open air type solution as the long-term vision, but as a long-term solution. But what I am interested in for everything is how this can be phased, what things have to happen together, because as been pointed out, we don't have a great idea on how to get to the $10 or $20 million to even do a dome. So what are other pieces that we can do within the current kind of CIP to say we upgrade the wading pool, we add a bathhouse, and do that over the next 20 years while we're figuring out the partnerships, revenue, or other things to do a dome. Thank you.
You had me till you said 20 years. So, Councilmember Black?
I know you like to wrap it up for.
I'm watching the clock.
No, I know. I know you like to wrap it up. And I just wanted to speak because I am a little worried that, Deputy Mayor, you said you disagreed with me, and now I'm worried I didn't make my point very clearly. So I actually, my dream would be the something that could serve. But I want to understand what the community is telling us the problem statement is. I feel like I know, but I want to, and I'd like to see what we already had as part of the ballot measure and what we already had as part of the pros plan, if we can suss that out. But if the problem statement we hear back is it's really about swim lessons, then I can see us doing a less expensive. But no, certainly, I would love to solve the bigger problem if possible. So thanks.
So as joined the park board during the first ballot measure, chaired the second ballot measure, we need a long-term solution. We can't kick this can down the road any longer. We need to figure out how to fund and implement a permanent solution to address the really very real needs in our community, and it is beyond swim lessons. It's senior wellness classes, it's recreation classes, it's swim teams, and we do have the data to justify an aquatic center. So I am all in on the long-term maximum solution with the glass house structure. I come from a swim team and a lifeguard family. The sprung structure and the bubble structures just don't give you the environment that's pleasant to be in. And I'm very cognizant that this is the heart of our downtown, and we need to create something that's aesthetically appealing. It's next to our library, it's next to our performance center, it's next to one of our signature parks, and a rubber bubble is just not going to meet our needs. So Well, I was looking at Councilor Tim Chisholm because when they showed it, it looked like what you would parachute into when you were practicing skydiving. So I feel really strongly that we need to explore the maximum option because we know we have a community need that we're not meeting. So my suggestion is there's obviously some very real concerns at this table about how we're going to fund it, what does it mean, what is the time frame. So my suggestion is that we add yet another city work program item to explore this more deeply, talk about funding options, talk about the community need, talk about what we can do moving forward, and just take a deep dive into this. And that's why I said we're back. But it is time to look at this again because we do need to solve this issue for our community. I think that's all I had to add. Councilmember Pascal. Oh, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not there to look at the little hand on the screen for you because it's mine tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you if that was Councilor Pascal that saw me. I appreciate that. I mean, as I said, I want to continue exploring all options. I'm intrigued by Mayor's suggestion of adding this to the city work program. Again, if we were to do so, I think it's really important to look at this in context and prioritization of North Kirkland Community Center. When we've talked about the, potentially citing a community center in the very south end of Kirkland, we've talked about it, as one of the benefits that we could potentially renovate the one in the north end. And so I just want to make sure that any conversations with anything happening downtown, again, would be in the context of what we'll be doing up north. Also, appreciate the deputy mayor's comments around phasing. One of the things that I meant to mention in my comments earlier, which is why I raised my hand, is that I would like us to consider, regardless of which option we pick, I'm really intrigued by the addition of the accessible family changing room and the staff lifeguard facility. So I'd like us to consider that because for a variety of reasons that I don't think I need to articulate, but just about accessibility and being inclusive. And part of that, I have a question related to that we're calling them accessible family changing rooms. We've been hearing from some of our community members a need to have diaper changing facilities for larger bodies, for larger children and adults with disabilities in our community. So this seems like a perfect opportunity if we were to do so to make sure that that was included in the design here. So I just want to make sure that that's something that if it's not already included in consideration, that we do ensure to include in consideration. Just, there are families that just can't go out in public and don't have places to cleanly toilet and diaper older children and adults with disabilities that need that because there are not a lot of facilities in our community. And certainly a spot right in our downtown core and in a swimming facility would be, in my mind, a great opportunity to look into that. So I just wanted to to mention that, and again, to highlight that I really appreciate the discussion around accessible family changing rooms. Thank you.
100% agree with you, and the benches shown in these plans could be made to be adult changing stations as well.
Thank you.
Great. I think we need to close this so staff can turn over the room, but thank you for joining us this evening. City Manager, anything else you need from us?
Thank you.
Okay. That concludes our study session for this evening. We'll be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting.
I need more of you in my life.
All right, we are back in session following a briefing on design review, a review of the potential Kraken Iceplex Community Center concept plan, and a discussion of the Peter Kirk Pool Facility Assessment and Feasibility Study. For those of you who just joined us, Councilmember Falcone is attending tonight's meeting remotely. We will start tonight's meeting with a proclamation. Councilmember Pascal will read the proclamation. City Manager.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. So we're proclaiming March 16th through March 22nd as National Safe Place Week in Kirkland. This is a national program that was brought to King County through a partnership of King County and Friends of Youth. And here to receive it, on behalf of Friends of Youth, is Angela De La Hoz, who's the Senior Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for Friends of Youth. And we're very excited to have her here, and her husband, John.
Recognizing March 16th to the 22nd as the National Safe Place Week in the city of Kirkland. Whereas National Safe Place is a nationwide youth outreach and prevention program in communities across the United States that creates a network of locations equipped to serve youth in need that are age 12 to 17 by providing immediate help, crisis intervention, safety and emergency shelter, and connections to ongoing supportive services. And whereas Safe Place established a universal diamond-shaped black and yellow sign to provide a vivid, easily distinguishable emblem for youth in need. And whereas in 2012, Friends of Youth, a nonprofit organization that strives to care for at-risk teens, homeless youth, and young people in need of assistance, joined forces with Seattle-based nonprofit Youth Care to expand the King County Safe Place program to provide immediate help and safety to an increased number of King County youth in crisis. And whereas King County is home to over 2,100 Safe Place locations, each of which has participated in training to earn its designation as an official Safe Place location. And whereas Kirkland has several Safe Place locations, including Friends of Youth, Holy Family Parish Center, Lake Washington Christian Church, Lake Washington United Methodist Church, North Kirkland Community Center, Peter Kirk Community Center, Lake Washington Institute of Technology, Evergreen Health Emergency Department, Kirkland Library, Kingsgate Library, and every King County Metro bus. And whereas Safe Place also has a safe call and text option for youth in need that will provide information on the nearest Safe Place site, accessible by calling 1-800-422-TEEN or simply texting SAFE. Now therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim the week of March 16th through 22nd, 2025 as National Safe Place Week, and encourages more businesses and nonprofits to become Safe Place locations and for all community members to connect the youth in their lives with any resources they need to ensure their safety and respect. Thank you. I can hold that. I want to say a few words.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Curtis. I am here with my husband, showing support. It's my pleasure to be here, and I am grateful to the city of Kirkland for not only recognizing the National Safe Place Week, but also recognizing our work at Friends of Youth. For young people experiencing crisis or uncertainty or danger, Safe Place is not only a symbol, it's really a lifeline. These places provide support that young people need to be able to thrive. These places are a welcoming space for them to feel safe, to seek help and support in times of need. And it is important that our communities provide a safety net for all young people, regardless of their background, of their identity and or their circumstances so that they have the resources and support for and well-being to thrive in the future. At Friends of Youth, we are very proud to be a designated safe space. We not only provide critical services like shelter and other resources for youth, we also provide empowerment and a listening ear so that their voices can be heard. And we also advocate for those voices to be heard in the community so they feel seen. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be recognized, and thank you so much for standing with us, providing and promoting safe places and safer spaces and inclusive spaces for our young people in the community. And now I will say the same on my native language, Spanish. Gracias, alcaldesa. Es un placer estar aquí con todos ustedes. Estoy con mi esposo detrás de mí apoyando. Quiero agradecer a la ciudad de Kirkland por no solo reconocer la Semana Nacional del Seguro, del Lugar Seguro, sino también reconocer el trabajo que nosotros hacemos en Friends of Youth. Para los jóvenes que enfrentan crisis, incertidumbre o peligro, un lugar seguro no es solo un símbolo, también es una salvavidas. Representa apoyo inmediato y también recursos que ellos necesitan para que no se sientan solos en la comunidad. Para todos los jóvenes, sin importar de su origen o de su identidad o de sus circunstancias, ellos merecen sentirse que están valorados, vistos y también que pueden tener algún seguro en la universidad. Y es por eso que estos lugares seguros son tan críticos para ellos, para que se sientan que no solamente pueden promover su bienestar, sino también posibilidades en el futuro. En Friends of Youth, nosotros nos enorgullece ser uno de estos sitios de lugares seguros designados como un refugio donde todos los jóvenes pueden, independientemente de su orientación o de su origen, pueden acceder a recursos. Y nosotros no solamente los apoyamos con estos recursos inmediatos, pero también los apoyamos con sintiéndose ellos más como personas en la comunidad. También los apoyamos para empoderarlos y afirmar su identidad. Y estamos muy orgullosos y agradecidos por tener este reconocimiento y por apoyar la creación de lugares más seguros en la comunidad para que todos los jóvenes se sientan valorados. Muchas gracias.
All right. We are now moving to items from the audience. This is our time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. As a reminder, we will now provide up to a total of 45 minutes for our items for the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of their position on a subject. If you're either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items for the audience period, please sign up online using the published QR code. I've skipped that. Please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting. We ask that everyone is treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with the speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive to the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items from the audience to be used for promoting or opposing a candidate's campaign or a ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a welcoming, respectful community. We want everyone to feel welcome in council chambers expressing their viewpoints. City Clerk, who do we have to sign up?
Our first three speakers are Liesl Olson, Nevis Stanfel, and Julie Freeman.
Liesl?
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight in favor of the project elements for the 3 record of support memos for the K-Line. My name is Liesl Cooper Olson, and I am born and raised in Kirkland. I have spent the past 8 years living in the Houghton neighborhood as a renter, and I'm so excited that the K-Line will provide me with ways to improve how I travel around the greater Puget Sound area. The service will give me and others faster and more reliable connections to our new light rail system that is really challenging for me to currently use because it's 2 buses and a transfer. This reliability comes from the project elements like the queue jumps and the business access and transit lanes. I know some of these program elements are debated as they represent a significant change for the Houghton that we know and love. But Houghton is changing. With the sunsetting of the community council, this neighborhood is going to look a lot different in the future. It's going to grow in ways that will be challenging unless we build infrastructure like the K-Line to support this growth. It's sometimes tricky to get out of my own head and say, oh, my opinion maybe doesn't matter as much because I'm a renter and not a homeowner. And yet renting is the only way that I can continue to live in Houghton and grow my supportive community and network. There's a lot of us renters in Houghton, and there's going to be more of us in the future. With a reliable rapid ride line, you invite in different housing types. You invite in people who look like me, and really more importantly, you invite in folks who don't look like me. People who are as excited to build community as I have been, and really as I hope to continue building community for the years to come. So I encourage you to support the locally preferred alternative, and I thank you for hearing my comments tonight.
Thank you. Nevis.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Neva Stanfel, and I've been a resident of Houghton for more than 10 years now. Thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts around the K-Line project, most specifically around 108th Avenue northbound towards 68th and 70th. Many speakers have already expressed, I am also very for public transport, but it has to make sense, both fiscally and for the community's needs. So tonight I just want to highlight a few points here, and then I'll follow up with more detailed comments in emails to all of you and to the King County Council members. So I'm very frustrated, disillusioned about the progress of this project thus far. It shows a blatant disregard for the key tenets of city government's responsibility and accountability, namely, lack of transparency and community feedback from the most relevant communities early on in the project at its inception many years ago. Fiscal responsibility in the use of taxpayers' funds on projects that have the highest benefits that actually address the community's needs. Adherence to basic public transportation philosophies, such as prioritizing projects and routes based on population density and demographics. An overwhelming need from Kirkland residents for better connection directly from Kirkland to downtown Seattle, and whether the proposed solution is actually going to address the root cause of the traffic bottleneck, which is at 68th and 70th. This proposal does nothing to address any of those needs. And finally, and most importantly, public safety for the city and the constituents, especially children, young families, and seniors in this community. Creating a 4-lane thoroughfare in a very residential neighborhood with 5 or more schools in a 1-mile radius and a multitude of low visibility driveways and small side streets is a huge safety concern for hundreds of children, adults, and seniors that walk, bike, scooter, jog, and run on this street. I urge you to keep 3 things in mind. There's not a one-size-fits-all that Metro should be forcing down each community's throat. As you saw in the study session 2 weeks ago, Metro added 2 brand-new road changes with potentially huge impact on city traffic, business, and safety. Regardless of whether the K line moves forward, you can constrain Metro's ill-conceived plans that are based on out-of-date data by insisting that they do not add completely unnecessary bat lanes in residential areas. This proposal is somebody's pet project. It's a solution looking for a problem to solve. What it's definitely not.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Is the locally preferred alternative. So we urge you to not vote in its favor.
Thank you. Julie Freeman.
Hi again. I appreciate you all taking the time to listen to us. I really do. But I have to ask, I'm just curious, who is actually in charge of planning the K-line? Who is monitoring it? Who is looking out for our neighborhoods? Not City of Kirkland. Seems like Metro is the one driving this bus, so to speak. Metro is saying where it will go, what it will be added to, what will be dug up, what will be spent. Metro does not care if Rapid Ride adds more constant buses going through a residential street. Metro does not care about the cost to construct or confiscate or cram bat lanes for the route. But you should. Someone on King County Council wants another Rapid Ride route in Kirkland, even though Metro has said it is not equitable. But Metro, like you, has jumped on board for this project, and now we're considering bat lanes for North and South 108th for just a mere $10 to $15 million extra. What is going on? It's funny, the thing is, in a document from Metro to the City of Kirkland, they acknowledge a transit time savings target of 15 to 30% that can be met from existing service levels. So what I'm saying is, even without bat lanes on 108th, the in-time savings target would be achieved. So I don't understand what is going on. Who is actually paying close attention besides our neighborhood? I feel that you all hear what you want from each other, but you're not looking out for and you're not listening to what's being said. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Our next 3 speakers are Susan Papalardo, Kim Benz, and Tom Markle.
Susan.
Good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. My name is Susan Papalardo, and I'm a 32-year Kirkland resident and the co-founder and president of Splash Forward. Our mission is to support new public aquatic facilities and programs that expand access to aquatics and build essential life skills, inclusion, connection, and active lifestyles. With the study session discussion on the Peter Kirk Pool assessment and feasibility study, I want to share my perspective and encouragement to explore options that fit within the future planning for a new year-round indoor community aquatic center. Our Splash Forward and Isaac Sports Group analysis report was included in your council packet. It explores options for an indoor 40,000 square foot community aquatic center, shares our vision to develop every second grader learns to swim program, and input on the winterization of Peter Kirk Pool. Our report looks at both facility and programming options and how they expand Kirkland's existing aquatic programs. We worked closely with the city, Lake Washington School District, Wave Aquatics, to develop the analysis and provide an informed and ready launch pad for Kirkland's next steps. Partnerships and programming form the vision are essential to inform the best possible design decisions to meet Kirkland's needs today and in the future. The assessments identified short and long-term needs for Peter Kirk Pool are essential to continue meeting the basic aquatic needs that Kirkland's summer outdoor pool provides. The winterization options give a comprehensive look at how to expand the programming opportunities to better meet the demand for year-round swim lessons, lap swimming, adult and active senior programming, and rental opportunities. They also offer an opportunity to invest in the overall user experience at Peter Kirk Pool and attract a broader base of users. The costs and benefits must be considered in coordination with a future new year-round community aquatic center and within the overall Peter Kirk Park amenities. The early feedback from the Parks Board points to the magic and beloved outdoor summer experience that exists today. With the great need to shore up the significant gap in aquatic programming and, most importantly, learn to swim programming, investing in the identified wading pool upgrade to an activity pool that can be year-round is very compelling. Splash Forward and Isaac Sports Group can provide additional programming and use analysis as winterization options are considered. We will continue to work closely with the city, stakeholders, and providers to understand the needs and opportunities for Kirkland. I'm happy to share that Splash Forward was awarded a partial grant for our Every Second Grader Learns to Swim pilot program from the Kirkland Community Foundation. Our pilot will provide free swim lessons for 65 to 90 second graders at Title I schools such as John Muir, Robert Frost, and Thoreau during the school day at Juanita High School Pool in partnership with Wave Aquatics, Lake Washington School District, and the PTSAs. A new year-round pool will allow expanding this program to all elementary schools in Kirkland. We are actively seeking additional funders to support the pilot. Splash Forward looks forward to continuing to support the city of Kirkland as it takes its next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zimmerman?
Yeah.
I would like you to move back down 3 seats, please. You're making our speakers uncomfortable. Move down 3 seats, please. Move down 3 seats, please. Now.
This way or this way?
You can pick.
Oh, okay. No problem. No, I only don't hear this from speakers.
All right. Thank you for your patience, Kim. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kim Bentz, and I'm representing my family who owns the Houghton Plaza Retail Center on the corner of 6th Street South and 68th Street. I appreciate the opportunity to share with the council the concerns we have regarding the proposed K-line plans. Metro is working on the Rapid Ride K-line, which will go from South Bellevue to Totem Lake via 108th. Recently, we learned that Metro is looking at putting a business access and transit bat lane in front of our property on the 6th Street side. The bat lane would be widened to accommodate a right turn southbound lane on 6th Street. This is a tongue twister. Additionally, we understand they are contemplating a rapid ride transit station on our property. What this means to us is there would be a 10-foot by 55-foot deep pad for the transit station and a 10 to 11-foot wide bat lane. Combined, our property is likely to lose at least 20-plus feet of our frontage and parking for the installation of these features. If Metro moves forward with the plan as proposed, our Houghton Plaza, which has been operating since 1989 and contains vibrant retailers like Toshi's Teriyaki, State Farm, Edward Jones, and Urban Doggy, would lose 26% of their parking. This would be detrimental to the plaza as the retail center serves customers not only in the neighborhood but throughout the Kirkland area. For our tenants to survive, they need parking for their customers. Metro and the city have done no outreach to property owners. We were shocked to learn of this plan, especially because of the city's emphasis on the potential Houghton Village project. The city's zoning contemplates the future redevelopment of our site. While we have no current plans to redevelop, this new plan for taking 20-plus feet of our frontage would be a serious impediment to both current operations and any viable future redevelopment. We would ask that the city ensure that Metro and the county slow down, do more outreach and planning, and directly engage with the impacted neighbors before advancing any work on this plan. We also understand that this plan is heavily reliant on federal funding. Given the current federal uncertainties, we would encourage the city, county, and federal partners to make sure that they have done sufficient outreach and planning to make sure that this is the highest and best use of limited and uncertain federal funds in our community. This current plan is not well vetted and is proposed is not good for the community or the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Markle.
Good evening. I'm Tom Markle, CEO of the Nelson Legacy Group. We're responsible for the properties that are owned by the Nelson family, one of which is the Houghton Starbucks. I spoke to you 2 weeks ago about our opposition and great concern about the proposal to put a bat lane and a large station in front of the Houghton Starbucks. Either by itself would be sufficient to severely impact the parking for the Houghton Starbucks and effectively result in the Houghton Starbucks needing to go out of business. I'm here tonight to share one additional concern about this proposal. The proposal calls for the bat lane to extend from the intersection to the driveway of Houghton Center, the shopping center. And it would be at this point that the buses would be merging back into the general traffic lane. This driveway is a very busy driveway. We have cars that will be leaving, making right and left turns onto 108th, and cars coming from 108th into the center, and doing all this at a point where buses will be merging back into the general traffic lane. This is really the definition of a choke point. And in addition, it really appears to us to be a major public safety concern. Imagine a bus trying to merge back into the lane while cars are trying to maneuver around the bus to get into the center or to get out of the center. So I think this option will be dangerous and certainly result in accidents. I ask you once again not to let the K-line shut down the Houghton Starbucks. I ask you to consider our concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk.
Our next three speakers are Kyle Sullivan, David Haynes, and Lisa McConnell.
Kyle?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Concerning the community center concepts for if the Kirkland proposal goes through. As you know, I'm still not the biggest fan of the whole hockey facility as a whole, but I do still recognize the need for a community center, and credit where credit is due. I think the concept that OPSIS presented is actually quite appealing, and it's a good use of space, so it's a pretty smart design, so I appreciate that. But at the same time, because we, the community, we don't know what the current draft term sheet is for the agreement with the Kraken, let alone a final agreement, it's hard to know if these concepts are what can actually be built, and that makes it hard to actually get really excited about, because as was mentioned during the meeting by Councilmember Black, the Kraken will certainly be providing the walls and the actual space, but how much of the stuff shown by OPSIS would be considered, furnishings that then the city would have to pay for. And then, as you've been discussing for the pool, there are a lot of community needs that the city wants to address, but limited ways the city has to actually fund building those improvements. So if a lot of what we truly want out of the community center at the Kraken facility would need to come from, the city's general fund, that would then mean it's competing with winterizing the Peter Kirk pool or getting some other aquatics facility, which again was what the city was trying to do in the first place when they bought the Houghton Park and Ride. So there's a lot of things to consider here. I hope that as you're going into sort of the more final stages of any negotiation with the Kraken, really the details of, what do we want out of the community center, and can we actually afford to build what we want there? I hope those are taken into account. Oh, and then one stipulation especially, in the original form of the agreement, the Kraken, there'd be like a weight training facility, gym area, but then the Kraken would want like preferential use of it. So if that sort of thing would apply to the activity space that's in the community center, I think that would be a really big detriment to how that community space would operate. So again, it makes it difficult to understand how well this proposed community center will work when we don't actually know what the agreement with the Kraken is. So I hope you take all of these things into account. Thank you.
Thank you. David Haynes.
I missed a bus from Juanita Beach by 30 seconds because they were speeding. It took me 26 minutes before the next bus came by. It's not fair that the Kraken get free land and $6 million, and then we have to chump change the community with a half-hearted third level that seems to I thought there was going to be like 4 or 5 stories where you'd have a qualitative restaurant, like qualitative food, not some frozen sodium heart attack food that's elevated up for some padded cost of unhealthiness. And it just seems that if you're that close to the highway, you got to go higher, maybe give the Cascade in the Lake Union, or the Lake View. But a few weeks ago, I was thinking about National Safety Week, and there was a half-naked guy in between the Kirkland Performance Center and the Union Teen Center overlooking the pool that you guys missed out on the robust floor plans that you hope get with NHL-approved ice hockey complex. And when the cop got there, he said that there was nothing he could do because there was no victim willing to fill out the forms to apply some sort of trespass on this guy. He was hiding behind some books and doing mixing up drugs. And then he was hiding in between the nook and cranny of the building at the Kirkland Urban Center. And the cop was supposed to trespass this guy and question him and have a court order to force him to go to some sort of discipline reminders of where they got the drugs and question them to find out where they got it and go shut it down, instead of the cop sitting on his smartphone in the SUV telling the guy that he has to leave and he's waiting for him to leave so he can roam around downtown Kirkland. And it just seems like city council needs to realize that because you all have an independent legislative body that can compete with Seattle's implosive policies that are being dumped onto all the other communities, y'all have to improve services provided by Plymouth Housing that prioritize repeat offenders and self-destructives who are still connected to the underworld. And yet I see some dude camping out right by the pool, not this other guy a couple weeks ago. And it just seems like there isn't a proper rule and law to discipline the bad policies that are coming out of Seattle, where they sabotage the integrity of police reform, and then they started sweeping and dispersing all these junkie thieving repeat offenders. And anyway, I noticed that the Planning Commission has been sabotaged, and we need a 21st century first world quality housing build out and commercial building build out that doesn't have the car-centric impacts.
Mr. Haynes, I'm going to connect you with Deputy City Manager and our Police Chief about your concerns about Kirkland Police. Thank you. Lisa McConnell.
Your office left a message the night that it happened. They got back to me from your office. Maybe your staff didn't relay it to you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa McConnell. I wanted to thank council and all of the city staff. Thank you for the proclamations of a day of racial healing, recognition of Black History Month, of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, the Community Forum on Homelessness, and the Day of Remembrance of Japanese American Incarceration. Thank you for the proclamations and recognitions to come. Thank you for publicly and strongly supporting the ideas of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, especially in times when it takes courage to do so. Thank you for continuing a respectful space for all our community to express their opinions, facts, ideas, and visions for Kirkland, even when we disagree or find those expressions reprehensible. Community means everyone. Finally, thank you for standing for the principles of our Constitution and the rule of law, and mostly for the ethos of decency and kindness.
Thank you. Who do we have next?
Our next three speakers are Nicole McKenzie, Alex Zimmerman, and Jill Stoddart.
Nicole.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. I wanted to talk tonight about the Peter Kirk Pool considerations. First, I want to say thank you for taking the time to be thoughtful in considering all of the options and trying to look back at, what the community actually needs and wants and has been asking for, and trying to find a way to meet those needs in a responsible way. I appreciate that you guys are taking the time to really look at it and not just rushing in and saying, yes, let's do this. That being said, I think that we saw some interesting options tonight and things that we probably should take a serious look at moving forward with. And with respect to concerns about the cost, let me remind everybody, the proposal in 2023 for Prop 1 was $108 million. The proposal in 2015 with the Metropolitan Parks District was around the same amount. I don't remember offhand, and I haven't bothered to go check it, but it was close to the same amount of money, if not more. We spent $10 million to buy the Houghton Park and Ride. We spent $14 million to buy the Houghton Plaza property, where you're now talking about where the PCC used to be. $24 million to buy property. What we heard tonight was $25 million to do everything to get an indoor pool and upgrade. This can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Zimmerman.
Yeah. The Heil. Thief, bandita, and killer. My name is Alex Zimmerman. I'm president of Stand Up America. I support Trump for 10 years in all my election. And what is it? Oh, I am a member of MAGA. Oh, almost forgot. So Redmond give me right now trespass for 90 days because when I talk, I 10 times support Trump with my all 10 elections. They told me I broken rules. They give me 90-day trespass. 30 day, 90 day. I have like a 500 day for trespassing. 5 times they prosecute me. Bellevue prosecute me. Right now, mayor of Bellevue give me trespass for 60 days, before for 30 days. I come today talking to you guys. I give you an example of U.S. Supreme Court decision. What is doing, what is you all doing criminal, not personal. I like Redmond, Kirkland, I'm sorry. You're doing very good. Yeah, but this is exactly what's happened, guys. You understand what this means? We have a Democrat mafia, a bandita, who not care about Ninth Circle decision. I give this to you. You can read this. It's 12 pages. I will bring you only one. Situation what is we have right now, absolutely critical. I like these people. These people come and talk about pain what has come from very close situation, probably from their asses. I never talk like this. It's not my goal. And I'm doing this over 30 years. And every day, almost in council chamber, speak more than 5,000 times. I give you classic example so people know what is going on. We have a $200 billion Ponzi scam, sound transistry, what is Democrat mafia did. $200 billion. For my understanding, this more than state Washington make a money. Yeah, probably a few times, for my understanding. Was this a real problem? What is we need talking? Stand up, American, you know what it mean? We're talking about $100 billion. I spoke in PCC last week and talk. No penny from federal government. It's exactly what is we need do it. We need stop on this mafia suck blood and money from us. When 20,000 homeless dying every in street and 50 under dying. When 1,000 people like me, Social Security, old disabled people need 250,000 housing. Guys, I love Kirkland, but you need come in common sense. $200 billion Ponzi scam is they use this money, all of it approximately right now. This a problem. Viva Trump, viva New American Revolution, stand up America. Thank you very much. I give this to you.
So, many of you have heard me read this statement, but I think it's important every time I read it. Before continuing, I'm going to offer a comment on the behalf of council. Mr. Zimmerman's statements continue to be hurtful and offensive to our community. The City Council does not condone those comments. We are committed to making Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place for all. But as a reminder, items from the audience does provide all community members an opportunity to express their views to council, regardless of content. Thank you. City Clerk, who's next?
Our next speaker is Jill Stoddart.
Jill.
Hello, good evening. As many of you are aware, last Friday, INRIX announced its impending departure from Kirkland, citing concerns over the low-barrier, long-term housing facility being renovated by King County near its current location. The issue raised by this large Kirkland employer isn't just proximity and the residents. It's the operating model of the facility. Let's be clear, housing solutions for the unhoused are essential, as is compassion for those struggling with addiction. However, the outdated health through housing operating model, meaning no sobriety required, has repeatedly failed to support both its residents and the surrounding community. I'd love to hear if any one of you believe that the permanent supportive housing shelter on 3rd and Cherry in Seattle is successful and safe for the community and safe for the residents. The La Quinta location raises additional concerns. It sits within walking distance of 3 preschools and shares a property line with a school housing over 400 children. The question isn't whether we should help people, but how we help in a way that ensures safety, accountability, and positive outcomes for everyone. Compassion starts with expectations. King County must set clear pathways for residents in these facilities to work towards stability, recovery, and self-sufficiency, rather than enabling long-term drug use next to our children. At the same time, Kirkland residents have every right to expect King County to take accountability for choosing such a sensitive location and ensuring it does not create safety concerns or disrupt the surrounding community. We need compassion for all of those thrust into the current situation by choice or otherwise, and work together for solutions and understanding. I urge the council to take off the rosy, radical glasses that got us to this point. Rethink this operational model with King County. This is going to cost Kirkland safety, not just in the surrounding area, but for all of us when our first responders can't respond to us because they're going to multiple emergency calls per day at La Quinta. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, we have Alex.
Hi. Last time I talked to you, it was the day of that horrible windstorm, and I didn't have power for 5 days after. Things are going better now. So I'm here to talk about the Kraken facility at Houghton. So I live across the street in that condo there, and yesterday and today I went around to all my neighbors that I could, and I polled everyone and asked them a lot of questions about what they think about the Kraken facility. Unfortunately, there wasn't any information about the community center until today when it was unveiled at the today's meeting, so a little bit of a grain of salt. But I think based on my conversations with all my neighbors, I think there's some really important things that I think you all should consider about the Iceplex facility. One really major concern that a lot of my neighbors shared was that this facility is planned for a huge parking lot, and the feasibility study said that a lot of the people who are going to be using the Iceplex are going to come in from other places, so they're going to be driving. This is just a couple blocks away from, I guess, where the K line is proposed. So it's also a major traffic issue, especially, during those times of day where the traffic is high. Things get backed up a really long way already. And a lot of my neighbors were worried that with this sort of attraction, where it's not really geared towards necessarily people within walking distance, but it's more with this huge parking lot geared towards people coming in from far away, we're really worried about the impact that's going to have on not just the traffic in terms of us being able to just get out of our parking lot and into the street, but also the noise and things like that. So I heard from a couple of my neighbors, why not build an underground parking garage, number one, and fill that area with green space? At least that would look nicer. Number two, if I'm hearing right, there's going to be some expanded bus stuff down the street. There used to be more buses here. This was a former park and ride. I'm not seeing why we can't just improve the service to this park and ride to serve this community center instead of building it already with cars in mind from the get-go. So I think that's a really major consideration that I haven't really heard discussed too much by the council. However, I will say a lot of my neighbors did say they wanted more of a multi-use space rather than a hockey rink. So today's presentation was pretty cool in that respect. Out of the 22 families or households that I talked with, let me see, I have a number here. 17 of them were sad to hear that the park and play would go away. So, and a lot of them specifically mentioned the pickleball courts. So if there's any way that we could keep pickleball courts, that would mean a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, are we wrapped up?
Madam Mayor, we did have one person just sign up, Deepa Garg.
Deepa.
Hi there. Thank you for having me speak tonight. So I rent in Houghton along 108th. I also own and am currently densifying the property that we do own on the other side of 405. So 3x the density. We're putting in a cottage. We're putting in a rental unit. Big fan of our existing housing code. Thank you. Great job. It's actually allowing us to recover after a total loss house fire. A lot of context there. I could touch on a lot of topics tonight. The Kraken Community Center looks really nice in the pictures that we paid the architects for. But I'm concerned about the new destination attraction, bringing a large number, similar, of people to the neighborhood. One thing that also I agree with, but to go into more detail, the traffic bottleneck on 405 starts right there. So if we bring more people from, I don't know, Seattle, Redmond, Bellevue to our exit, that will complicate things for us who live there. Bridle Trails is pretty much a transit desert. There's a lot of folks here tonight who already enjoy bus service along 108th. But I ask if anyone, city or county, has asked how many of the K-line or broader transit goals could be met by bringing new routes to more Kirklanders. So, the way I understand it, it starts in Totem Lake and it heads all the way to Bellevue and then Victoria. A lot of the goals could be achieved if you just stayed on the other side of 405, as opposed to going back and forth, making a Z around Kirkland. Time savings as well. Currently, some neighborhoods win on transit while others are deserted. So I think it's kind of an equity issue too, personally. Finally, the county runs both our Metro service and solid waste facilities. And as a resident, some of us are scratching our heads as to why the north-south improvements can't be added to 116th Northeast, which may help with all of our traffic issues all the way across 70th to 68th to 108th. It's all related, right? For those of us who drive it every day, and why we moved to Houghton to rent for a little while to avoid the east-west traffic. I'd like the city to start connecting some of these dots on behalf of county agencies, because I don't see anybody doing that. I don't see the county doing it, and I don't see the city doing it enough. If all of these projects are going to be happening on my block, it would be great to make sure that we have the improvements linking the projects together. And at the end of the day, we're taxpayers for both the county and the city. So it'd be lovely to see it all be more efficient and resourceful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no other speakers signed up to speak.
All right, thanks everyone for coming forward this evening. We appreciate your time. We are now moving to the consent calendar. Before I ask for a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $5,864,004.75 and bills in the amount of $6,879,893.59.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Sack. Council to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, thank you, Councilmember Falcone. The consent calendar is approved 7-0. And I believe we are now moving on to our first business agenda item. Our first item is to consider accepting a donation of real property. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we'll be considering an extraordinary generous donation from the estate of Larry Miller for property to be used for parks. And here to describe that to you is our Parks and Community Service Director, Len Zwagstra.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, and Deputy Mayor. Appreciate you having us here this evening. I have two very special guests with me this evening. The first one is Jason Filan over here, who is our Parks Superintendent. And next to him is Mr. Wayne Peterson, who is the executor of Mr. Larry Miller's estate. So we are going to chat with you this evening about this donation, but before I do that, I just want to ground everybody in the location of this property. So Rose Hill Meadows Parks is on the east side of Kirkland, a bit more south, and the Miller property is adjacent to Rose Hill Meadows on the south side of it. We're going to cover quickly how we got here, the transition in 2025, plans for the future, and then council approval. So to talk about how we got here, we have to talk a little bit about Mr. Miller. So Mr. Miller was born in 1937. He lived in this house on this property his entire life. He was raised by parents Elmer and Anna, who had a tremendous focus on community. To illustrate, the Miller family cared for as many as 20 children for families while their parents supported the troops in World War II efforts. In front of their home, there's a large western red cedar tree. As a child, Larry and his siblings rode the horsey tree. This tree happens to have a very large branch that looks a little bit like a horse. Many years ago, Parks and Public Works partnered to save that tree when it was at risk of removal to put in sidewalks. Mr. Miller was appreciative of the efforts, and that's one of the reasons he has requested that we save as many trees as possible on the property. Today, actually, we believe that that western red cedar is the largest in the city. Larry worked at a local sporting goods shop and spent his free time fishing, volunteering as a Little League umpire, supporting the Kirkland Heritage Society, and welcoming neighbors into his backyard for gardening and fellowship. Over time, Larry began to dream of creating a permanent place for the community to build gardens while they build community. And that is what brings us here. So in 2025, we would first obviously accept the property, should you be so willing, after which point we would go into what our primary focus is when we first open a park. And that would be number one, safety, followed by number two, usability. So in 2025, we are proposing to use resources from the Neighborhood Land Acquisition Fund, and that would allow us to remove outbuildings and unusable belongings. You can see a couple of the little outbuildings here. Add fencing, landscaping, and border tree plantings. Conduct some basic turf renovation, mostly to flatten out, even out the property, get rid of big holes and divots. Move the Houghton Park and Ride, Park and Play garden boxes to this location when necessary, and then establish the essential P-patch infrastructure. For the future, we are looking at establishing additional connections between some public lands, identify opportunities for different partnerships and programs, and of course, support a new gardening community. So in 2026, we could either propose a mid-buy service package or also, again, use resources from the Neighborhood Land Development CIP project fund. Still yet to be determined. And that would essentially allow us to either remove or restore the home and the garage. We would create parking for the P-patch users because P-patch users tend to be hauling a lot of stuff. Establish additional neighborhood connections, add additional P-patches. We believe we can have up to 100, and support the new gardening community. So on that note, staff recommends that the City Council approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept a donation of real property from the estate of Larry E. Miller for addition to the city's park system.
Thank you, Lynn. And before we get started with council comments, I just want to thank the Miller Estate and Mr. Miller for this incredible act of generosity. We are grateful for this opportunity to expand our park assets. And Mr. Miller's a man after my own heart if his true passion is community building and gardening. So I'm sorry that I didn't get to meet him, but thank you very much for this generosity. What was that? I could tell that. What was it, Old Farts P-patch or something? Yeah, I want a T-shirt.
Crabby Old Farts.
Crabby Old Farts. So thank you very much from the bottom of the city's heart. We appreciate it. Council, any questions, comments? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I couldn't have said it any better than you just did. So I will, if you're willing to entertain a motion to adopt Resolution R 5674.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve Resolution 5674. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Well, for another day, but it would be great to find a way to memorialize or thank Mr. Miller at the site location with some sort of remembrance or something that's appropriate.
Yeah, we will definitely do that. We'll have some family history signage up at the site.
Okay, yeah, great.
Lynn, my only comment is I'm not eager to take the P-patches away from the Houghton. So I would just say we know we have a need for P-patches, so let's just move forward and start from scratch here.
Sure, yep. And then there's a place for those ones to go from Houghton Park and Play when they're needed.
Exactly. So, all right, the question is on the motion of passing Resolution 5674. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to briefing of Middle Housing Code State Compliance. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I want to give you a briefing on the Middle Housing Code update. We'll start with what happened at the Planning Commission last week. But here to give you that briefing is our Senior Planner, Scott Gooder. We also have our Planning and Building Director, Adam Weinstein, and our Deputy Planning and Building Director, Allison Zlake, here as resources if the council has questions.
Thank you. Welcome, Scott.
trying to find my. Should I not expand it first?
Madam Mayor? While we're waiting for this to get set up, we inadvertently forgot to move the resolution, the motion to pass the fiscal note related to the Miller property. And I was wondering if the council wants to just take that up very quickly before we get to the next item.
May I have a motion to pass the fiscal note?
So moved.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, I'm going to give that to you, and second is Councilmember Black. All in favor of approving the fiscal note to accept the Miller property, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See, Scott was just saving us there.
There you go.
Yeah, part of the plan. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I'm going to try to be as quick as I possibly can with this presentation so we can have a good discussion on the topic. I will be talking about the Middle Housing Code amendments, specifically some code amendments that are drafted for Chapters 5 and Chapters 113. I have about 11 slides. So this is an overview of the requirements under House Bill 1110. These are covered in your meeting packet. Major components include minimum density, housing types, parking requirements, and timing for adoption. Under this phase of amendment, staff is only adjusting the density and not the massing standards. The table and illustration on the slide show existing, required, and proposed, how these work with existing massing constraints. I'll continue on. We can go back to this slide. I know there's a lot of information. Given these massing constraints, staff is not, that are not changing, staff is proposing to adopt all allowed housing types under the House bill to provide maximum development flexibility. Staff is proposing state parking requirements at this time. However, it should be noted that existing parking standards outside of a half mile of frequent transit stops is less onerous than the state requirements, and staff is planning on reintroducing this portion of the existing standards to the Planning Commission at their March meeting. Here's the state's affordable housing requirement. That's option 1, followed by 3 options staff is seeking feedback on. These options range from adoption of the city's current multifamily standards, together with 2 options that would have an inclusionary requirement starting at the first unit. All of the options include an exemption for units less than 1,000 square feet. We received the following feedback from Planning Commission when we presented this to them. They wish for us to explore different approaches in regulating density, including counting accessory dwelling units in the density, analyzing the suitability of the housing types in different locations of the city, and exploring housing affordability options 3 and 4 with emphasis on incentives, clear inclusionary requirements, exceptions for smaller housing units, and that any new requirement would not constrain housing production. And that the city should consider, with these affordable housing requirements, vesting existing unvested projects or delaying affordable code implementation. So staff kind of consolidated some of more extensive feedback from the Planning Commission with respect to affordable housing options and came up with a possible option to explore, which would utilize option 4 and exempt units less than 1,700 to 2,000 square feet and delay the implementation of this affordable housing standard to phase 2. Other deferred actions include adopting only 6 housing types and explore additional housing types in phase 2, include accessory dwelling units and the density requirements, and adopt a minimum state affordable housing requirement with the deferred options described in the previous slide, or something similar, similar modest optional approach now. And to help guide our discussion tonight, here are 3 questions that staff would like council's feedback on. But before that, if you have any questions, we can take that now.
Council. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. And in one of your slides, you mentioned some of the limitations like lot coverage or FAR that drive this. When we have parts of the city, I'm thinking like Goat Hill or maybe parts of Finn Hill that have particular overlay requirements, what other things govern and limit what can be built as we're talking about this?
Yeah, so under the proposed code, we have an exemption, or the areas that are where this code is not applicable is within the shoreline jurisdiction, the Holmes Point overlay, and for those sites that do have critical areas like wetland streams, they have to use an alternative density requirement that's required under the critical areas code. So they don't, essentially those projects would be limited to reducing those, that area that they would apply the density standards to outside of that area. Other areas like the landslide hazard areas that would have to be avoided and mitigated. This also includes like other requirements as a city puts on development, which would include existing tree standards, so those would have to be applied as well.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Pascal.
We're taking comments and questions, I take it? Okay. Just have a couple questions for you, Scott. Let's see. On, the existing middle housing that has been produced in the city, do we have the latest information on the numbers of how many? And have we looked at things like car ownership that we're observing, or parking issues that we're experiencing? I'm just wondering if we're kind of keeping tabs of any of that, like on a citywide basis.
Well, in terms of numbers, I believe you do receive a report from Don Nelson, who is our planning manager, who does provide an update on how many middle housing projects we do have. In the cumulative amount, I don't have a number on, but I could get that for council. As far as what staff is observing with parking standards, and in particular on-site parking standards, is that most of the middle housing projects that are being built are being overparked, or at least built parked over the minimum requirements that we have in the code.
Sorry, can you explain that again? What do you mean by overparked?
Meaning that they're our minimum parking requirements they're adding additional parking on top of that. So currently, if there's only one parking required for a unit, then generally they're adding 2.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess it'd be good to get a little bit more information about that as we contemplate changes, just because I hear you say that, but then if everyone that's moving into those places has 2 or 3 cars, then I don't know that it's necessarily overparked. So that's why be good just to kind of see kind of what are we experiencing specifically, kind of just with some numbers in general. And then the second question around the affordability requirements around middle housing and even kind of lower density single family housing. What other cities have taken action on affordability requirements for those type of residential developments?
Well, I don't have a comprehensive list. I do know that other cities do have affordable housing requirements that do include citywide inclusionary requirements, starting at the existing units that could include Redmond. And I know that City of Sammamish is also adopting a more comprehensive approach to inclusionary requirements.
I think that would be good information to have at some point, just to understand what other communities are doing. And then for your question about, does the council want to narrow allowed housing types? I listened to the Planning Commission meeting, and it was really helpful to hear the public comments that were provided, and also the comments from the commissioners, very thoughtful. Really got into a lot of different details, appreciated that. It kind of helped me in my thinking tonight. And I think I agree with what I heard there on the housing types, was that it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all for across the city, that we need to kind of consider if we're going to allow more than the required 6, which I'm still not convinced is necessary, does that make sense in all areas of the city? Or, do you consider different things as we're making change, as we're contemplating changes there? So that's what I'd be looking for. And then in terms of the affordable housing requirements, my thought process goes back to kind of the whole comprehensive plan discussion and just a clear need for more housing, and that the middle housing was something that we adopted, just 3 or 4 years ago, but it takes many years to actually start to see that production. And we're still just kind of in the beginning stages of that in some ways. So I get concerned that we start adding in more regulations, we start penalizing, then we start kind of bringing down that type of housing production that I think clearly said that we want to see, because it provides more housing options for a variety of different income levels. So I just kind of worry that we take a step, we've taken a step forward, now we're taking kind of 2 steps backwards, potentially, if we add in affordability housing requirements, because that's adding more cost, more uncertainty, harder to finance for developers. And I want to avoid what we're seeing with 85th Street Station area, where we're not seeing anything. I know that's not all because of the affordability requirements. It's related to a lot of market forces, but those market forces are also at play with other housing as well. So I just want to be cautious, and I feel like taking and trying to evaluate this and implement it before the June deadline seems very rushed, and I'd prefer to take our time, especially because this could really significantly impact housing here and what we see going forward in Kirkland. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I want to echo a lot of what Councilmember Pascal just said. I think we need to be really cautious with this particular next step. In terms of the question with regard to ADUs counting toward density, what is the cost of doing that, both for the ADU creator as well as, I guess it all comes down to cost for me. And what I didn't get a chance to do was to look in depth at some of the emails that we got today from the development community. And I know that to a certain extent, on the day of the decision that you're going to make, and then you get inundated by emails from the development community, and it's like, couldn't you have thought about this last week? But I want to understand that well enough to know, because I think we're getting really close to some of these housing types simply not being pencilable. And I think we need to understand how close we are to that. I think it will have an incredibly significant impact on what happens at 85th. But as any of our areas continue to develop, we have to understand that better. And in terms of the expanded affordable housing requirements, again, understanding that in terms of just how far can we go? How far, at what point will when developers say we can't build here anymore, how close are we to that being an actual fact? We know that there's been wiggle room, but my sense is that there is less and less wiggle room. At the same time, I think we are honor bound to explore expanded affordable housing requirements, regardless of who's going to pay the piper. So whether that be some supplementary thing that cities figure out or whatever it is, we do have to expand our affordable housing supply one way or the other. So I think steady, come back with more information for us. I'm not ready to move on this at this point, but I really think we're moving in the right direction. And I do think that there's a difference between the small and the larger complexes in terms of what the capacity is, particularly for 9 units on a smaller package. And the other thing, just one other thing, it always feels like we speak one language and the state speaks another language with regard to FAR and density, and I just wish there was some kind of a translator in between so that I could say to my husband, no, that's not what that means. Because, I mean, we get into a lot of discussions about these housing bills, and it's like, we're not all using the same terms, and maybe a little translator would be helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I don't need to repeat all of the things that my colleagues have been saying about sort of the concerns we have about consequences, including unintended consequences, and the impacts that we may be having on the goal we're trying to achieve, which is a greater mix of different housing types and affordable housing types. And we may not achieve that goal if we're not careful. So really, my thoughts on this haven't really changed since the joint meeting with the Planning Commission last month. I still think this phase one, we remain focused on what's required by state law. That's what we talked about last month. I think that's still where I'm at, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the Planning Commission. Kind of feels like that's what they're advising. So I appreciate that as well. So I really want us to focus on in this phase one compliance with state law, identifying that sixth typology. I would like some the professional advice of our planning team as to which typology is the one that is going to be most meaningful. It may be simply, fourplex that's what's going to get built. That's what's going to be most meaningful. That's what's going to provide the greater mix of housing, especially for workforce. Those, nurses, teachers, people stocking shelves at Met Market tonight. That's where I want to be focused, and I would appreciate sort of understanding which typology the planning specialists feel like is going to be most meaningful in Kirkland. Identifying that, taking that step, and wrapping up phase one. As far as deferring things to phase two, I agree with, I think, what I'm hearing from my colleagues, which is deferring to phase two the determination of housing affordability options. Also deferring to phase 2 consideration of additional typologies in certain areas of the city where perhaps in a tailored fashion they may make sense. In all of that, I'm going to really want to understand what we're incentivizing and what we're not incentivizing. And I certainly don't want to do any of that on the fly. I want us to be very thoughtful in that process. So attack phase 1, and then some of these other topics around housing affordability options and other typologies in a tailored fashion. We can talk about those at another time. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments on these. Thank you for the presentation and for the Planning Commission and all the community members and stakeholders who have shared their input with us on this. You know, just kind of high level, my lens is, you know, what we've heard is from some of my colleagues is to be compliant at this phase with state law, and to, in doing so, do our part to ensure that the needs of our community are met, right? That we do it in a very thoughtful fashion. We know that we have a significant housing crisis. We know the why behind a lot of this work at the state level and the local level. And part of that is having flexibility so that housing development continues to meet the needs of our community through, you know, for example, varying and changing economic times, right? And so that's my 20,000-foot view kind of lens of where I'm coming from with with my comments tonight. If I'm understanding the first question correctly, my gut tells me no, given that lens. However, similar to Councilmember Sweet, still have some information that's come in just to read and to process. So don't have a firm answer on that yet. For the second option, for the second question, I mean, my understanding is that there's, you know, a variety of different types of housing types. I don't know that we should necessarily be picking which one of those. None of them stand out as ones that would particularly or would not particularly work in our city. So I don't know why we should reduce that flexibility, again, with my lens of just wanting to have flexibility for what works in each situation, in each neighborhood, in each economic conditions. So I'd like to keep the flexibility there and not narrow the allowed housing types. And then I agree with my colleagues' comments on the third question that, you know, that this isn't something I think we should rush into. I also think that, you know, when we do have this discussion, we need to build in some flexibility for varying economic conditions, as we're seeing now, that we certainly want to make sure that we're getting as much affordable housing as we can in our community. And at the same time, we don't want that requirement to get in the way of actually getting much needed housing built. We know that we have a supply and demand problem. We know that homelessness is a housing problem. And so we don't want an idea that sounds really great, you know, in theory, inclusionary zoning sounds really great and sometimes works and sometimes can get in the way. And so I just want to make sure we're really thoughtful, that we have built-in flexibility. So for question 3, where I'm at right now is no, not here, not yet. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Tim Chizen and back to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'll you know, reiterate what some of my colleagues have said. You know, I'm fine with 6 out of the 9 types of housing until June 30th. I don't think we need to set the world on fire before June 30th. I think we need to meet our statutory requirements by June 30th, and then after June 30th, perhaps have a thoughtful conversation on how to expand. My understanding is the Planning Commission meeting was last Thursday. That doesn't give you a lot of time, I understand, to adjust the packet to give us information about what happened in the Planning Commission meeting. But, you know, I would like to see, I'd love to see planning commissioners, the chair or vice chair, come to meetings like this, tell us how their deliberations went, tell us how their meetings went. I'd like to see more information about what happened in the Planning Commission meeting. I admire my colleagues' dedication to watching the Planning Commission meetings. However, you know, I don't want to watch a 4-hour meeting of the Planning Commission. So I'd like the cliff notes on what happened. And I'd like to know from staff or a planning commissioner during these meetings. And maybe this is a comment for members of the planning commission, but if they send a representative, like we used to, the planning commission used to send a representative to the city council at a lot of meetings like this to, sometimes it was just the majority sent a planning commissioner, and sometimes it was just the minority, and we gave them, 2 or 3 minutes to tell us how they got to where their deliberations were. But I think that would be very helpful in future presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. In thinking about this is why we have a planning commission. I really appreciate their work so that they can drill into this in a lot greater detail than we are able to devote as a council, because a lot of these questions I look at, and I agree with my colleagues, it says the answer depends. I was able to watch the Planning Commission deliberation on this, and there was a lot of good questions. I think they're on the right track here, and I want to give them the time to do their work. I recognize we're under a deadline with the state and would support what I've heard of saying, let's do the state minimum for June 30th and have a robust discussion on the rest of these things. Couple things to highlight. Should ADUs count towards density? Probably depends. One of the things that I heard is one of the reasons why we don't is because of impacts on things like impact fees. And I want to make sure that we're not disincentivizing ADUs on the low end. But when you also look at something like saying we're enabling a sixplex plus allowing ADUs on top of that, that may be a different discussion, and so there may be a point where you do want to count ADUs there, so I think that depends. And 1 and 2 are related because while I want to eventually have a discussion post-June 30th of allowing all of the housing types, there may be relations on how we handle ADUs with those different housing types. And then on the exploring expanded affordable housing requirements, a lot of good questions from the Planning Commission, a lot of great input that we've heard from the community and builders here. This is going to take some time to get right. I would like to continue exploring this, but recognize something you had in a slide a couple things back that says, because we are upping development capacity as part of the work by June 30th to meet state law, it's when you up the development capacity is the time where you have the chance to add new requirements in public benefit because of that capacity you're giving developers. So I am interested in those deferred options, but making it very clear that the deferred options never go into effect until we've had the chance to complete phase 2. And so I'd leave it to the magic to say that the deferred options really set the stake in the ground that we're looking at some expanded requirements and potential fee in lieu or other incentives, but make sure that doesn't come into effect till we've had a chance to really have the Planning Commission drill into it, because there are a lot of great questions there that are going to take some time. Thank you.
My council made it easy for me. I agree with everything that's been said. We need to do phase 1 with the 6 housing types now, just do state compliance, then spend our time doing the research, address the economic uncertainties that we're facing now, and reach out to the community and truly understand the impact of inclusionary zoning and low residential. Councilmember Pascal brought up a point. Let's look at what other cities are doing and the impact of that city. And I'd really like to see what we are seeing with our missing middle housing code, what adjustments we feel like we need to make after having 4 years of implementation. And I'm also curious what's happening with our pre-approved ADU plan. So I think we need that data too as we move forward in phase 2. But again, phase 1 is just state compliance, and then we'll move into phase 2. Is that it?
Yeah. That's, well, other than the fact that I do have one additional slide that just kind of tells you the additional meetings that I or Adam will be attending in the coming month. And we'll be going back to Planning Commission at the end of the month. with adjustments here with the packet that you've seen and additional standards related to accessory dwelling units and the new parking standards.
Great, thank you, Scott. All right, oh, City Manager?
Mayor, I think there was a lot of common themes. I don't know that every issue was resolved to the point that maybe you just want to leave it all to the planning commission. I'm wondering if maybe between now and our next meeting, we could maybe go back through all of your comments and see if there's a few things you need us to bring back to the March 18th meeting before the March 27th council, our planning commission meeting happened. So I heard a lot of questions for, I need a little bit more information. I'd like to absorb the letters I got. You know, I have some other thoughts and questions. So I think the overall direction of sticking to the minimum required was clearly communicated. I think there's a couple questions at least I would have about what of the 6, right? And there was a difference of opinion on 6 versus 9 and where and all that. So I think maybe coming back for a little bit more discussion on the 18th might be helpful, but I want to just offer that to the council.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Well, if it's helpful, I would advance a motion to do 6 out of the 9 housing types until June 30th.
Is that what you're looking?
And see.
Oh, well,
I think that was.
which of the 3 don't you want? I guess the question we'd want to come back.
What you heard from council was we need professional information on what would be the most appropriate to add for the 6th.
So is that a you pick?
But I'm also, I
Roll
heard a
dice.
little bit of difference on exactly how to think about the moment in time with the affordable housing requirements and so forth. Some of the stuff, maybe, Scott, if you went back to the deferred action slide. So if the council is ready to just go ahead and let the planning commission deal with all those issues, that's fine. But I don't know, I heard every one of the issues resolved completely. And especially what I heard a lot was, this was so close to the planning commission meeting, a little more time to absorb what was said and done, and the information we got might be helpful, so.
So what are you suggesting?
Well, I was suggesting maybe a short focus briefing at the next council meeting as well before the planning commission meets on March 27th.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
And to the question of which of the 6, it would be helpful if there were some options and a staff recommendation of which of the 6 most closely aligned to current code.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Well, maybe I should have brought my hand down because Deputy Mayor basically said what I was going to say. Yes to a briefing, and yes, a staff recommendation would be really helpful at that briefing.
All right.
Thank you.
Everybody happy now? Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to call a quick break. Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Do you feel we have consensus around 6 out of the 9?
Sounds like that, sure, yeah. Well, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott. I'm going to call a quick break. We are going to come back at 9:15. All right, we are back. We are back to King County Metro K-Line Record of Report Support Memos. As noted in our last meeting, Councilmember Tim Chisholm has recused himself from this matter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In consultation with the city attorney, I've decided to recuse myself from this matter because of a piece of real property I own in the affected location. I'll be back at the next subject.
Thank you, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. We will get you when we're ready to move on. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify, what we're looking for from the council today is a motion to approve that the city manager sign the letters that are in the packet, which are going to be explained to you by Kimberly Scrivener, who's our transportation planner. We're looking for questions, any potential final edits, and then we're looking for approval on that. The council doesn't act on the full locally preferred alternative till the March 18th council meeting, but giving me direction to sign the letters is what we're trying to do tonight. So with that, I will turn it over to Kimberly.
Thank you, City Manager and Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor, Council. Tonight we'll be talking about the record of support memos. I will mention that the Metro staff, the Rapid Ride K-Line lead, they're listening in and will be coming back to present at the March 18th meeting. Also want to acknowledge Victoria Kovacs, who has kind of been equal parts on this with me in terms of our efforts. I might invite her up here to stand with me at the podium during the Q&A. We talked about at our last meeting the once-in-a-generation investment. I won't repeat myself from the last time. One thing I will point out is the $105 million investment. That number has changed from $120 million investment. This was relatively late-breaking in the last month, maybe a month and a half. The only thing we really know is that the K-Line team heard this from their leadership. We can ask Metro to elaborate on that at their next meeting, although I can't guarantee they'll have much more information than that, but just wanted to note that if folks hadn't noticed that number has changed. I do, hopefully, we have been talking about our, the critical connections, all of the destinations that the K-Line that the K-Line connects to, thanks to the communications team and our city manager's office. Play this for you. So you can see. That was a little bit more fun than you listening to me again talk about all of the wonderful places that the K-Line connects to. Really encourage you to look at our website. There's another segment of this for the Bellevue segment. But again, Rapid Ride connects to a lot of really wonderful places. Tonight we are talking about getting to the locally preferred alternative, which again, we'll talk more about that at your next meeting on the 18th. I do want to pause here a little bit and talk about kind of where we are and how we got to this point. And particularly the analysis that went into this so far. City staff has been working with the K-Line staff from the very beginning of the process. I think about 7 years ago, we were even included in the choice to select the consultant team in the very beginning. We have been working with them hand in hand on all of the analysis. And so I want to address, for instance, the speed and reliability analysis that's gone into this. We have, Metro has been putting together a lot of analysis. They have a report Our staff has been working with Victoria and I both, and then Victoria's actually taken the lead in working through that with our transportation engineering team, going through that report with a fine-tooth comb. We have been, and then, as I mentioned, the consultant team from Metro, which we helped select or part of selecting, they have gone through every segment along the corridor, every segment, every intersection, pretty much every inch to try to identify where the stations will go, the alignment, and also how we get the bus to be faster and more efficient along the corridor. And that is the document that we have been looking at with a fine-tooth comb. The version that we have now is marked up with all of our comments, and Metro has been working with us to address all of our comments in good faith. They are cleaning that up. We do plan to post that on our website for the public. That'll be in a couple weeks when Metro just gets that document cleaned up. But I just wanted to reiterate that we've been with them from the very beginning. Our planning and transportation engineering team have been looking very, very, very closely at this. And then the other thing I wanted to reiterate is that we are in the planning stage right now. And the document, the speed and reliability report that I mentioned, is really looking at the operations. So how does the K-line get through the corridor from an operational standpoint, barring all of the other stuff? Once we get to that locally preferred alternative, that'll move us into the design phase. And I really like to talk about it in a way that what we're looking at is feasibility. We're looking at, that's the stage where we start looking at property impacts. We look at driveway impacts. We look at stormwater, utilities, how the bike lanes fit in, how the pedestrians get across the street, and how those are all impacted. That's where we really get into a lot of that detail, is this next stage. There will be a lot more conversations to have, but just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about kind of in this planning phase, we've been looking at this operational analysis, and then this next stage is where we're going to look at kind of a lot more of those details. I mean, that can even be, even with the station locations, we are committing to the intersections where the stations are, and I did talk about this at the last meeting, so I'm repeating myself a little bit, but kind of which side of the intersection that goes, how long the queue jumps are, and those types of things. So we're looking forward to this next step. I just kind of wanted to clarify that staff has been working closely on the technical side. We will be posting the report when it's ready in a couple weeks, and that just kind of this difference between the operational side and the next stage of design. So tonight we are, not sure how to hide that. We are talking about, we will be asking you, council, to authorize the city manager to sign the record of support memos for the last 3 topics: speed and reliability, access to transit, and passenger facilities. And before I hand this back off to the mayor, I want to address an amendment that was submitted by Councilmember Pascal. After that, we will ask you to, for you to make to authorize if you choose to see fit. And then I will talk about next steps, and then after that, I'll give the council an opportunity to give a little feedback on the letter of support for the locally preferred alternative. And so there will be, I just kind of wanted to let you know how many slides I have.
Is the amendment the next slide?
Yes.
Okay, before I go to that, I just, before I speak to the amendment, I want to say that for the members of the public who haven't had a chance to read the letters, and I know the council knows this, but and the memos address this, but the paragraph that's in reference is our attempt to respond to the community feedback we're receiving, particularly from the property owners, that spoke today, and the property owners of the homes that live along it, which is that we have said in there that while we want to continue to evaluate these things, we absolutely want to try to minimize the impact on property owners, want to mitigate it if we can. And it also, we're reserving final support, that's what this letter says, until those greater evaluations are completed. So, and then I think Councilmember Pascal's amendment's drafted to that to do even more. But I just want to make sure that highlight that we did hear the council's direction on that, and it is responsive to what the community's been raising about the potential impacts, especially on 68th at 108th and 6th Street.
Thank you. Thank you. So just wanted to share the proposed amendment, specifically related to bat lanes and queue jumps. And I guess with that, I'll hand it to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, before we start, City Manager?
I was going to say the same thing. In the process piece, we actually need to move
All three letters.
the letters, and then we can get to the amendment. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I think we have them teed up to be one at a time, starting with the
Okay.
access to.
Before we get to that, I just want to acknowledge Kim, what you said and the staff's investment in 7 years of partnership with Metro and moving forward and being very thoughtful and precise. And we've been really clear with Metro that this service is additive, all of the things. I also want to recognize that we have council members that have been invested in regional transportation committees also working on this. Deputy Mayor serves on the East Side Transportation Partnership. He's on the PSRC Transportation Policy Board. Councilmember Black is also on the East Side Transportation Partnership and the King County Regional Transit Committee. And Councilmember Pascal used to also serve on the Regional Transit Committee. So we have a deep bench in transit on this, and we are going to get the best outcome for our community. So, all right. So council, I can open up to questions, or we can move each of these letters individually. And the first one would be access to transit projects.
Madam Mayor, I move that we authorize the city manager to sign the record of support memo for access to transit projects.
Thank you.
Second?
All right, it has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Black to move forward the letter for the city manager sign on access to transit projects. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right.
6-0.
6-0, thank you. The next one is on passenger facility stations.
Madam Mayor, I move that we authorize the city manager to sign the record of support memo on passenger facilities projects.
Second?
It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Black to authorize city manager to sign the letter addressing passenger facility stations. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right, our final letter is speed and reliability.
Madam Mayor, I move to authorize the city manager to sign the support letter, thank you, for the speed and reliability projects.
Second?
It has been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black to have the city manager sign the speed and reliability projects memo. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. Up on screen is the amendment that I worked on with the city manager this morning. I know many folks haven't read the letter, but the staff specifically added a paragraph near the back of the letter that really was trying to address some of the concerns that we had heard about the speed and reliability improvements and impacts to property owners and businesses along the corridor, and some of the discussion we had. And it's a good paragraph. I wanted to enhance it with some additional language. And the language accomplishes three things. One is that it's not just specific to 108th 6th Street, that any bat lane or queue jump that it's titled with just bat lanes and queue jumps is not specific just to those locations, because I wanted to make sure it also encapsulated Central Way, which is also being contemplated for a conversion of a vehicle lane to a bat lane between 4th and 6th. So I wanted that acknowledged in there, that's something that we continue to make sure that we pay attention to and evaluate. The second item was that we're also interested in additional analysis and understanding that analysis as these projects move forward, recognizing that we want to get the best benefit for the least amount of cost, right? So if we can shorten a bat lane and still get the travel time savings or the reliability of the bus, then of course we'd want to do that. And then the third item was that we'd also just make clear to Metro that we'd be interested in just making sure that they look at time of day restrictions, because there could be situations where the bat lane may be only needed during part of the day, but other hours of the day it could be utilized, maximized to where other vehicles could use it without impacting the bus movement. So this by no means binds us to any of this. It's just meant to be, hey, let's make sure we consider these things, and if we do find ways to lessen impacts, lessen costs, provide more benefits, let's do that. So I'd like to, I guess I need to read, well, I don't know how I just like to make a motion to, for this amendment.
Second?
Second?
Sorry, Councilmember Falcone, Councilmember Black beat you. Councilmember Pascal has made a motion to amend the record of support memo as shown on the screen. It's been seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Councilmember Black.
I just wanted to thank Councilmember Pascal for bringing this forward. I actually, when I was reading the letters, I really appreciated this paragraph. It sort of jumped out at me. I was like, oh my gosh, there it is. Thank you very much. So we're talking about here about responding to the feedback we're getting. I agree. Bat lanes along Central Way should be included. I did hear from Metro that they were willing to come back and examine the question of bat lanes during certain times of day. So the fact that they responded favorably to that, I think, makes sense. Now, I do have a question, though, about this, even though I seconded it. I do want to make sure I understand at least what we're asking in a way of cost-benefit analysis. That's kind of a broad term. So I just want to understand, does staff understand what we mean by cost-benefit analysis, and will we be able to help interpret this for Metro so that they know what we're looking for from them?
We will continue to work very closely with Metro on all stages of the project moving forward through design and all the various phases of design. In terms of specifically what they would put in their cost-benefit analysis, we can ask Brian, Mr. Whitney, to come and talk about that a little bit more on the March 18th meeting. I can't speak now for exactly what that would.
Well, I guess it also gives us an opportunity to explain what we mean by the cost-benefit analysis when we talk to Metro. So, okay.
My understanding, though, is that it's really looking at both the travel time savings, what we really get out of the project, we being the community and Metro and all of us, versus property impacts to travel. For instance, on Central Way, I think one of the things that Metro has expressed willingness to look at time of day. One of the trade-offs is that we don't have, I don't think we have any time of day restrictions here in Kirkland, and so getting people used to kind of understanding what that means and how do we sign that. So that's kind of a consideration, not necessarily cost benefit. In other areas, it would be looking at property impacts and in terms of, and then weighing that to the benefit.
Yeah. Well, I remember you bringing that up at the meeting when we talked about this, but as Councilmember Pascal mentioned, this doesn't bind us to anything. It's just exploring the possibility. I think that makes a ton of sense. So thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I think, Councilmember Black, you and I have been on the same page. I concur with what you're saying, and I also just would add, especially in lieu of the last sentence here, where Metro may be looking at cost-cutting options in the future, I think this ties in with that nicely to make sure that as we're looking at that, we're looking to see what are the trade-offs on some of these, especially given some of the impacts to the commercial center at 108th and 68th that we've heard during items from the audience. But I think that gives us this what we need moving forward as you go, as you described it, Kim, from the planning process to more of a design process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the question is on the Pascal Amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment carries 6-0. Now the question is on the main motion to authorize city manager to sign the speed and reliability projects memo. Did I get a motion on that?
As amended.
As amended, thank you. Did I get a motion on that?
I think it was moved by.
Yeah.
Councilmember Sweet moved it and Councilmember
you.
Black
My
seconded.
notes are super messy here. Any discussion on that? All those, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just to wrap things up, we've heard support for wanting more transit service in Kirkland and the concerns from the neighborhood on potential property acquisitions of a small part of some homeowners' property for bat lanes to some of the bigger impacts that Mr. Markle and Ms. Benz mentioned in their commercial property. Given where the city and Metro is on our design process, the language in this letter allows us to address concerns about Q-jump and bat lane planning as we move forward. It's important that we meet the deadline for August for getting the K-line into a pipeline for a federal Smart Starts grant. Kim has mentioned this as just a huge opportunity because this is a federal program designed specifically for new transit service like this. And it's not that this $100 million, if we were to get the grant, could go to other service. It's about this opportunity versus some of the other transit service folks have asked for. I strongly believe that new transit service in Kirkland needs to be additive to existing service. We state that in our letters of support. And when the K-line gets built and Metro looks at restructuring duplicative service, we will fight those battles with Metro to make sure that we serve Lake Washington Tech, that we preserve and enhance, or that we preserve the 255 and look for opportunities to enhance other transit service within Kirkland. The K-line is an opportunity for new funding and new frequent transit service connecting our neighborhoods and connecting to regional transit. And it's great to be at this point moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to just kind of expand off of what the deputy mayor was saying, just in my mind, because we've been hearing getting a lot of feedback just on transit service in general, because this K-line discussions really kind of brought a number of things to the surface. And I just want to acknowledge some of that. Like, for example, I can support the K-line, and I can still demand from Metro that it's just additive hours and that hours don't disappear and get moved to the K-line, right? I can support the K-line, but also feel that we might need to reconsider some of our other existing transit hours in the city, right? That Metro might need to take a look at that to see if those hours are being utilized in the best way, because we know that ridership hasn't come back like it used to in 2019. So are there better ways that we could be offering transit service? So it doesn't mean that we can't still do that. And then from kind of the whole capital side, I can support the K-line, but I can still raise questions about some of the speed and reliability improvements and whether those are still right-sized for specific locations. So I just want people to understand that it's not just a yes or no on the K-line. It's yes on the K-line, but let's continue to work on these other issues. And that's the bottom line. And it's just going to be work that we're going to have to continue to do over the next many years and continue to advocate for our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the question is on the amended motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Great. Thank you.
Kim?
I have 2 more slides. Just so for the next step, Metro will be drafting the locally preferred alternative report. It'll be in your March 18th packet. And again, as we've discussed, there will be no surprises because we've gone through all of the project level details through these record of support memos. Staff, we will be drafting, putting together a draft letter of support for the locally preferred alternative that will also be in the March 18th packet for your consideration. And then, as Deputy Mayor Arnold mentioned, there are some of the timelines for the Small Starts grant application, and prior to that, working with the King County Council. And as I mentioned before, moving from the planning phase into design. So with that, and this truly is my last slide other than the discussion slide, we just wanted to give you a bite of the apple in terms of the letter of support for the locally preferred alternative. So recognizing it's a once-in-a-generation investment, that we've grown, we have 2 growth centers now, a critical link to regional destinations, but still noting that the restoration or realigning of service hours should remain in Kirkland, and that our service to Seattle should be preserved, and then just really reiterating that ongoing collaboration. And so with that, just wanted to give the opportunity, because we'll be asking you to support a letter of support for the locally preferred alternative at your next meeting. And of course, you'll have an opportunity to make amendments to that at the meeting, but thought we'd give you a crack at it now if you have any other things you'd like us to add.
Council, thoughts on the LPA? The only thing I'm thinking of, and I do not know if the LPA is the appropriate place for it, is Dr. Morrison's concern about Lake Washington Institute of Technology being left out of the K-line. City Manager, any thoughts on how we're going to address that?
Not immediately, except I think it's a excellent, important thing to note, and I think we can think about that between now and the 18th.
Okay.
So thank you.
Anyone else have thoughts? All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We'll see you on the 18th.
Hey, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Falcone. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry to just interject. I figured that would be welcomed. Well, thank you for this. The only other thing I have is something I mentioned the last time we talked about this, is just acknowledging the importance of prioritizing some of the projects, including in particular the project in the Village of Totem Lake, in order to be able to have other bus routes come online before the K line. So whether, I defer to the city manager as to whether the letter of support is the most appropriate place to insert that, but that's something that I don't want to get to fall between the cracks, because that's something that I think is a really important point and something that would really benefit our community in the interim before the K line comes on board.
Thank you. Okay, Kim.
Thank you very much.
Here you go. And thank you, backup team. All right, we are now moving on to item 9D, which is declaring the city's LED screen as surplus equipment prior to replacement. City Manager.
Okay, so this is a fun one. We're looking for council to allow us to surplus our current LED screen and trailer in order to get an even better one. And here to walk you through that is our Deputy Director of Parks and Community Services, John Lloyd.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Let me get this up and running, and we'll be with you in a moment.
Thank you.
We got our guest back.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just thought of it. He went to go get Councilmember Tim Chisen.
While we're waiting, there's a fiscal note that you need to approve on. No, I'm just kidding.
You had me for like 2 seconds. Go ahead, John.
Ready to go? Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor Curtis and City Council. I've got a very brief presentation for you tonight. It's about 9 total slides, which includes this one and one at the very end that looks pretty similar. It says questions on it. Here tonight to talk to you about trading in our LED screen in advance of replacing it for a new one. A little background, we bought the screen in 2021 using ARPA funds in support of the COVID-19 pandemic recovery efforts. Very grateful of your support for the original purchase. The screen has been a huge asset and has really allowed us to really expand what we provide for the community. We've been able to stand up a drive-in movie program that happens in the spring and the fall, and then a Movies in the Park program each summer, which generally have about 6 or 7 movies or dates each time. We've used it at several different community events, including the Total Make Connector grand opening, teen nights, our Harvest Festival, and this is a picture from Taste the World Kirkland, one of our previous community events that we put on. We learned that batteries were an option a year or two ago and started looking into the battery-powered options, which was going to address some of the concerns and complaints that we had from staff and from visitors at our events, that the diesel generator was quite loud and creates a lot of fumes and just in general is distracting from the event. So as I said, batteries are now an option. They weren't an option when we first bought our trailer. So we started going through the process and working with the manufacturer to figure out what it would take to add batteries to our existing screen. What was told to be a very simple process turned out to be much more difficult because the screen we have is actually one of the earliest models of the vendor, and so it was a little not as straightforward of just, oh yeah, you can just pop them right on there. We are planning to use funding from the 2023-24 service package for community building events to pay for the batteries for the screen. So the funding exists. We were looking to do that last year. And so you may be asking, why don't you just add the batteries? Well, while we were going through that process and we were literally ready to submit the paperwork to get that process rolling, we realized that the weight of our trailer would exceed, with the batteries on the trailer, would exceed the weight that the trailer is rated for. So we realized the batteries were really a non-starter on our current trailer. Without some major retrofit to take out the generator and move some other things around, it was going to be a lot more cost-effective at either just sticking with the generator or looking at other options. I was speaking with the manufacturer about our different options, one of which was a battery trailer, which would introduce a whole nother element of challenge to transport that thing around as well. And that's when they offered the opportunity to trade in our current screen for a new screen with batteries built in. So for about the same price, sorry. Yeah. So the batteries were going to cost about $55,000 to $72,000, depending on the number of batteries. They quoted us between 6 and 9 batteries. 9 batteries is kind of the ideal. And with the size of our screen, it was only going to last for about 6 hours. That being said, once we realized the batteries weren't an option and that the trade-in was a possibility on the table, we realized that it actually does solve a lot more problems than just the noise and the fumes from the generator. That was the primary reason we were looking into the batteries. But over the last 4 years that we've used the screen, we've run into a few other challenges with it that this new screen will help address. First, the trailer is very long. It's 33 feet long, plus you've got the length of the truck that's towing it, so it's not possible to get it everywhere very easily. Also, because of that length, depending on the grade, like we tried to do a movie on Lee Johnson Field, couldn't do it. The grade was too steep and the trailer was bottoming out. The trailer also weighs nearly 13,000 pounds, and anything over 10,000 pounds requires a commercial driver's license to tow. So it limits the staff that can actually tow the screen out to the site. And then the screen we bought is the largest one they make. It's 23 feet by 13 feet. Love that screen somewhere, but it's 2 pieces, and so it actually you have to raise one half up, lower it down, connect the 2 pieces together. I put a whole bunch of detailed pictures in the memo. It takes staff that know what they're doing about 30 to 60 minutes. The first time they do it, it takes about twice that long with a lot of mistakes and undoing things. So their staff are very nervous about taking the screen out and setting it up because it isn't just as simple as rolling it out and turning it on. The new trailer that we're proposing to purchase would solve all those issues that I just identified. It comes with the batteries right off the factory, so it's built in, ready to go with the batteries. As I said, batteries don't make noise, they don't have fumes, so we're good to go. The screen that we're looking to purchase is actually a slightly smaller screen, so instead of being 23 by 13, it's 17 feet by 10 feet, which is still a massive screen. You can still see it from 300 to 400 feet away. I would have no concerns that it would be too small for any of the events that we would utilize it for. But because of the reduction in size, it actually makes it a little easier to get it into more places. It'll be a little easier for staff to maneuver it. It won't take up as much space at an event. And it weighs less than 10,000 pounds, so anyone can tow the thing around. We'll probably still have experienced staff towing the thing around. We're not just gonna let anyone tow that thing around. But it does open up the possibility for more people to be able to tow it around. And then the biggest change is that the screen is a single piece. Literally turn it on and it's ready to go, which is the big change there. Put this slide up there. The top chart is the actual funding for with the trade-in and the purchase of the new screen. Comes out to about $77,500. For comparison, the batteries, if I were to go with a 9 battery pack below, it was going to cost about $72,000. So for just slightly over $5,000 more, we can get an entirely new, brand new trailer with batteries, full 11-year warranty, much easier to use and operate. So with that, I'm here to ask for your permission or approval to surplus our current screen so that we can trade it in and get a new one. So with that, I would seek a motion, or I'll also answer any questions. This was one of the more fun events that I went to and watched. It was one of our teen nights, and they were playing video games on that thing, and it was just watching them play video games on this 23-foot screen was pretty fun.
Awesome.
Any questions on anything?
Council, any questions? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was ready to move into a motion if you're willing to entertain one.
Go for it.
All right. Can you go back to the previous screen? Thank you so much.
This was Google Lights this year, so.
I move to approve declaring the LED screen trailer as surplus equipment and authorizing disposition of the screen and trailer by trade-in for a replacement.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm to declare our current screen as surplus and buy a new one. Any discussion?
Me again.
Oh, Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to briefly speak to my motion. Well, thank you so much, staff, for bringing this forward. You may remember that this LED screen that we have was kind of a passion project of mine. During COVID, and actually before COVID, I had a vision of like these free community building events, such as movies in the park, and then during COVID, drive-in movies. And during COVID, I remember organizing a proof of concept event of a drive-in movie up in Finn Hill with a fellow Finn Hill resident, Angela Rosman. We also supported some of our local restaurants by having folks pre-purchase dinners to help support our businesses during that time. And if I'm remembering correctly, Deputy City Manager Lopez attended the event that night as well. And anyway, in true Kirkland fashion, our amazing staff took that vision and built upon it in just so many ways. I mean, you just showed the teen game nights. There's been bingo nights. I remember doing the polar plunge in the Lake Washington and having the screen. I mean, there's been so many great events that screen has been at. So to serve our community. So kudos to staff for taking that vision and just multiplying it so much more to really create even more of a sense of community, having inclusive events, a lot of them free to the community. So thank you again. And obviously, since I made the motion, I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just add that my vision is this new screen is going to roll into the new year-round aquatic center, and we're going to do teen movie nights. So anyone else? Questions
That's
on?
called the dive-in movie.
There you go.
So we'll be doing those.
Questions on the motion that's been made by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, John, and I have enjoyed it being a Parks night.
Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on to item 9E, which is proposed 2-year pilot program with King County Sexual Assault Resource Center to provide a sexual assault legal advocate. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're setting up the screen. Just a reminder, this is a budget item that the council approved as part of the 25-26 budget to consider a pilot with the King County Sexual Assault Resource Center. But you asked us to come back to you with an overview of the project before we executed any kind of contract. So tonight, we're going to be checking in with you on a partnership we've proposed with KSARC and get your questions and feedback. And here to give you that presentation, and the person who's helped me develop this, is our Senior Management Analyst, Andriana Campbell.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. I am happy to say I have less than 5 slides for you tonight. And I thought I'd begin by answering the question of what is KSARC? Besides being a very cool sounding acronym, It stands for the King County Sexual Assault Resource Center. It's a community-based nonprofit specializing in sexual assault victim advocacy. They provide legal advocacy, emotional support, and connections to community resources. This proposal was developed in partnership with the Chief Program Officer of KSARC to contract for one sexual assault legal advocate dedicated to serving victims of sexual assault in Kirkland. Now, we're envisioning that this service would be for those who live and or work in Kirkland, regardless of where the assault may take place. The intended goals of the pilot are to provide equitable, dedicated, and trauma-informed support. And as a reminder, it is fully funded in the 25-26 budget with a $200,000 set aside in the general fund. Okay, by way of background, the City of Kirkland does not currently have a position dedicated to serving victims of sexual assault. However, it does provide human services grant funding to KSARC, which included allocating $44,000 in the 25-26 biennium. This funding is combined with contributions from other King County cities, giving shared access to KSARC's full range of services. Because this model distributes resources based on demand, it can mean that Kirkland victims don't get the level of support they need when they need it. To give an idea of that demand, in 2022, there were 47 sexual assault case reports written by KPD, 54 in 2023, and 34 in 2024. And one thing I want to note is that those numbers, those figures do not represent all sex offense calls received by KPD, just those that resulted in written case reports. So what are the benefits of a dedicated Kirkland advocate? First, this advocate wouldn't be replacing the existing resources and services provided by KSARC through the city's grant funding mentioned earlier. It would be in addition to those services and an entirely new level of service for the Kirkland community. Without a dedicated advocate, KSARC's involvement doesn't necessarily start until an investigation is already underway or charges have been filed with the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. And as we know, an individual's need for support can begin far sooner in that process. So this pilot program would change when that initial point of entry occurs by ensuring immediate support and access to KSARC's full wraparound services throughout the entire criminal justice process, not just when a case report is written or charges are filed. And an unknown or often overlooked benefit of partnering with KSARC is that KSARC's a designated community sexual assault program as defined under 70-125-030 RCW. This designation means their advocates' records and communications are legally privileged and exempt from disclosure. These protections wouldn't apply if the advocate were employed directly by the city. So I want to pause here and answer any questions about background before we take a look at the proposed framework.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Adriana, for this. I do have a question. I think it may have been your previous slide. You mentioned that it was intended for folks who live and or work in Kirkland. Can you clarify, would this also be available to folks who go to school in Kirkland and folks who are victimized in the city of Kirkland that do not live or work here?
It's a great question. I'd want to
think the final part of your question, yes, we meant people go to school here too, but the final part of your question is actually an open question for the council, which is, would this be available to somebody who was, say, from a different part of the county or even from out of state or something who had an assault in Kirkland? Is that something the council would want to be available for in that circumstance?
Thank you.
I'm seeing head nods, okay.
I've seen lots of head nods.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Falcone, did you have another question?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, thank you. So KSARC would assign an experienced advocate to serve Kirkland and use the $200,000 to hire an additional advocate to backfill that role. A key part of this position is what's called mobile advocacy. It allows the advocate to meet victims where they are. While they will primarily be based in Kirkland, their work may take them to other locations, such as attending a week-long trial with a victim. Because of the nature of this work, KSARC recommends a hybrid schedule. Their proposal has the advocate working in Kirkland 3 days per week at a location still to be determined, spending 1 day at the KSARC office in Renton and working 1 day remotely. In the council packet, there's a sample job description outlining an advocate's essential responsibilities. I'd highlight that the core duties include being present for interviews, hearings, and trials, providing emotional support, informing victims of their rights, and guiding them through access to financial and legal assistance. Since this advocate will focus solely on sexual assault victims in Kirkland, CASARC expects their caseload to be smaller than that of advocates in other communities with higher rates of sexual assault. With this additional capacity, they would also take on responsibilities beyond advocacy, such as collaborating with the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, Department of Corrections, and law enforcement agencies, to name a few. Participating in professional community groups, creating and leading trainings for community groups, and assisting with outreach efforts. So here is where I'd like to ask for council feedback on all topics mentioned on this slide, and including refining the list of Kirkland-specific duties beyond advocacy.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. A couple questions, comments. So this is a full-time person that will be here essentially 3 out of 5 days a week. I think we need systems in place to ensure that that person is actually coming to work. I favor them being in the city hall and do not favor them being in the police department or prosecutor's office. And that's mostly for accessibility issues. I also do not believe their communications are privileged if they are located in the police department.
Okay, I can confirm that.
Pardon?
I can look into that.
Well,
that would be helpful.
People can disagree, but if they're, sure, look into it. But I believe the excessive, and it's not because they shouldn't work with police, they should if they need to, but I think from an accessibility standpoint, they will be more accessible within City Hall. I've heard a lot about criminal prosecutions and their assistance with that. I haven't heard anything about their assistance with the acquisition of civil protection orders. Civil protection orders are a different path than criminal prosecution, and often the legal requirements for obtaining a civil protection order are a lot lower than criminal prosecution. And there's cases where the police department may not decide to prosecute criminally or may not decide to move forward, but the person can still obtain a civil protection order through the King County District or Superior Court, specifically a sexual assault protection order. This advocate may have the training to assist with that, or at a minimum, have the training to locate legal assistance. And so I haven't heard any of that. And in the description of the advocate, I didn't see any of that mentioned. So that's something that I think is noteworthy. I also think this person should have an outreach plan of coordinating with probably our high schools, our 2 colleges, maybe neighborhood associations, other places like that, to simply make our community aware that they exist.
Are you thinking of that as a duty beyond advocacy, adding to that list?
Correct. Because if they say they don't have any work to do, and they say nobody's coming to talk to them, then I have a solution. And if they're out in the community letting people know they exist, then chances are they will have more people coming and talking to them. I do think they should have a supervisor or some level of accountability here at the city of Kirkland, just to ensure that they are coming to work and fulfilling their contract. And I wouldn't like to see a situation where their only supervisor or only accountability is at the Renton CASARC Center. Thank you.
Thank you. I support Councilmember Tim Chisholm's concepts there. I wanted to kind of expand upon something I heard you say, and this relates to duties beyond advocacy, and or it might kind of pertain to that, in that, you know, my understanding and also talking with victims is that the KSARC service doesn't necessarily occur until someone is ready to file charges or getting close to filing charges, but there's so much more that happens way before that time period where a victim needs a lot more support services just to get to that point to decide to even consider doing that or even consider talking about the situation. So I really want to emphasize, and that's where I see the added value here, is that whole upfront relationship building with victims, building that trust, and helping them navigate kind of the steps that they may or may not want to go through. And it might not result in criminal charges. It could, like Councilmember Tim Chisholm said, it could result in a protection order, or it could result in nothing, or in just counseling. So that advocate, I would hope that would be emphasized in their job description to assist with that, because that's where I think victims often feel non-supported. And so, yeah, I'd just like to make sure that that's really thought through a bit more. And I agree that we really need to emphasize that they're here in the community, that they're not remote, that they're meeting their victims face to face, assuming victims want to do that. But that's the only way you can build that trusting relationship during these really devastating emotional periods that cause a lot of trauma. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I agree. Thank you, Councilmember Tim Chisholm and Pascal. I agree with your comments that I've heard. I want to underscore that I support this person's office being located at City Hall. I have thoughts as a sexual assault survivor myself around navigating these types of systems, and I think it's really important that we emphasize that this person have a neutral lens on the criminal justice system and whether it's best for the survivor to pursue a certain path, whether it be criminal or civil. So I think that's really important in all of this. I also was looking for and didn't see under the duties beyond advocacy to also connect with mental health support. I see collaborating with community professionals, and in the parenthetical note in the memo, I don't see mental health professionals being part of that group, but I can potentially see that that's where we could have that. But that's a really important, to Councilmember Pascal's comments about just not only navigating the system, which is what this individual would help with, but just personally healing and processing trauma is something that is a quite distinct, separate skill set from an advocate. And so I would love to have us, have a conversation around how we can expand those services in our community. But at the very least, with this role, I would really like to make sure that they have that as part of their duties, is to recommend and connect folks with mental health support if so desired. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Andriana, is any other city have a dedicated legal advocate that we're envisioning here?
No, we would be the first, through KSARC.
And I really appreciate the work that we've done as a city, as a council, to fund this as the first, and being the first in doing a pilot. I agree with everything I've heard of my colleagues. I want to make sure that by the end of this pilot, we're in a position to say whether we need to continue. And what we're envisioning here is that there will be capacity beyond the caseload, that you've got all this work that are duties beyond advocacy. And so I think at the end of this, we're going to want to know, have we right-sized this position for the survivors that this person is working with? What support were we able to line up? And other ideas, so that when we come to this at budget time next year, that we've got information to say, do we want to continue? How do we want to change, et cetera? So agree with all the different things, and just want to make sure that we're tracking those success metrics so we can evaluate at the end of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to keep my remarks short. I support almost everything I've heard from my colleagues. I was really excited to see this pilot and the details that we got in the memo about it. This kind of goes to this question of duties beyond advocacy. It's been touched on. I just want to emphasize it. Having the additional bandwidth to do early support for survivors, that's really critical for me, wherever that slots in. Being able to be proactive with survivors, that's really important to me. And it's been mentioned connecting with mental health professionals. I see that. I'm sure Councilmember Falcone probably meant both of these, but I'm just going to underscore it. It's, connecting with counselors. I also, when we've done ride-alongs with our RACER community responders, on the most recent day that I did a ride-along, we spent a lot of time on a domestic violence issue, right? Pre-referral to KPD. And so I would want our KSARC sexual assault advocate, legal advocate, to make sure they have a really strong relationship with our community responders. So sort of mental health professionals on the front end helping to maybe identify individuals that could use that sort of early proactive support, as well as mental health professionals on the back end for counseling if as part of support services. And then I'll just say that I'm super excited to hear that we're the first. I'm proud to represent Kirkland and the Sound City Association on the Domestic Violence Initiative task force, and I'm going to be excited to be able to talk to the other electeds who are part of that initiative and task force about this program and hopefully the success of it after 2 years. So thank you. I appreciate staff bringing this forward, and I'll be supporting this. Thanks.
Thank you. I also support everything you've heard so far. The thing I was thinking about when I was reading it this weekend is that so many cases of sexual assault go unreported. And I think it's really important. We're going to keep this person very busy, because one of the things I want to add is this person being able to empower victims to come forward. And with that is an education piece, defining what is sexual assault. And I think that there are people that are traumatized that do not understand where that line is. So I think it's really important that this person does outreach and education, and I would reach out to our vulnerable populations, such as our women's shelter, our safe parking program, because we know that a lot of our vulnerable community members are victims of sexual assault or domestic violence. So I would add that to their job description. And also our human services partners, Eastside for All, anywhere that we have people that could benefit.
You.
And I think that's it. But thank you for bringing this forward.
Of course, yes, I will incorporate council's feedback and bring back a draft agreement at a future council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are almost there. We have 2 more business items. We are now moving on to an update on the 2025 legislative session. City Manager.
Sorry. Turn on the microphone. Here to give you that update is our Government Affairs Manager, Diana Hart.
Good evening, Council. Today is day 51, sorry, I got excited, of the 105-day long session, which means we are just shy of halfway through our legislative session, and we've passed our first 2 cutoffs. Of the nearly 1,800 bills that have been introduced this session, just 730 have survived committee cutoff, taking Kirkland's bill tracker from 305 to 138 bills. As always, necessary to implement the budget, or NTIB, is a thing, and we'll have bills come back throughout the process. With us passing committee cutoff, we're in full-time floor mode, which from the outside can feel a bit more chaotic than the committee process, as we don't have public hearings and executive sessions to follow. You just see bills suddenly getting pulled out of rules and brought up on the House floor. They'll be on the floor through next Wednesday, likely working through the weekend before heading back to committee to repeat the process on the bills that started in the other chamber. The next revenue forecast is due in the next few weeks, and then we'll see budget proposals from the House and Senate. There was some rumblings that Governor Ferguson would introduce his own proposals, but instead shared additional agency cut proposals with legislators. Those recommendations will likely be rolled in proposals by the House and Senate that they'll be introducing later this month. I like to remind folks at this time of session that while many of the higher profile bills that we talk about and that make the news end up with split votes in the legislature, a very large number of bills are passed with strong bipartisan, if not unanimous, support out of the legislature. For example, of the more than 30 bills that the House passed today, only 3 were passed with fewer than 70 of the 98 members voting in support, and 12 were passed unanimously. So I think it's just kind of a little moment to remind ourselves that it's not always as inherently partisan as it can come out to be, or seem to be. Diving into updates on our legislative priorities. We're going to first take a look at REIT. Even more REIT bills have been dropped. One of key interest to us that we've been waiting for is from our Finance Chair, Rep. Berg, has been included with a title that will address our interests. There's some tweaks that will need to be made to really fit what we're looking for, but we're excited to see that proposal be introduced. We're continuing to communicate with our legislators about our priorities and request that a bill be moved forward with those factors included. And then diving down at the end, both House and Senate versions of the PREA bill have survived committee cutoff and are awaiting consideration and rules. We're very optimistic that the bills will continue moving forward, and we expect the House version to be the vehicle to move forward. And it's looking very positive that we're going to see a simplified version of this bill move out of the House before the end of next week. Quickly looking at legislative actions, the work group has signed in support of the following bills related to supporting public schools, city funding, sustainability strategic plan, and extended producer responsibility. As always, if you're interested in testifying or signing in on a hearing, even though there won't be any for the next week and a half, in your individual capacity, please reach out. That takes us through our legislative agenda, and we'll start with our discussion. As always, I'll start with my flag that the bill tracker's stated position in the packet is a recommended position by the legislative work group and is considered acknowledged by council after discussion unless you want to pull any for further conversation or adjustment at the end of this presentation. We have 2 bills flagged for discussion in the memo. The first is Senate Bill 5775. It's a bill to increase public safety funding. There are many proposals to increase public safety funding this year, and we have signed in support on several. But as Senator Slatter reached out to us directly to support this specific legislation that she introduced, Mayor Curtis sent a letter to the committee indicating her individual support and that she'd bring the proposal forward for your consideration. The letter that she sent was included in the memo for this presentation item. The bill makes the 0.1 sales tax that we took for public safety in 2018 council-manic, which means the county would be more likely to take the 0.3 they're eligible to take under the statute. As the county is required to share revenues with cities, we'd see an increase of revenue for public safety. Senator Slatter's proposal also expands the legislation to include behavioral health, co-responder, and diversion programs, which would provide us and other jurisdictions more tools to fund programs like our racer agency. We're recommending support, but as these policies are covered under our general principle for light support, we wanted to elevate for your discussion so we can weigh in more heavily and directly moving forward. I'm going to pause there before we go on to parking.
Yes. Council, any questions? Deputy Mayor?
And just to confirm, our support is contingent on the 3 things that you articulated in your written comments.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Parking Bill 5184. This bill has already passed out of the Senate with a 40-8 vote. This legislation reduces the amount of parking a city can require for residential and commercial development. While in the Senate, cities under 20,000 in population were completely exempt from the legislation. Kirkland has been monitoring this bill, but the legislative work group is recommending to move to support only with mods, modifications with staff proposed amendments to allow cities to require parking studies for sites that are likely to need additional parking. This staff proposal is effectively an inverse of our current process. What we currently allow developers to conduct parking studies to provide reduced parking. We propose that cities can identify properties or areas that are likely to require higher amounts of parking that are currently identified in the bill, and have developers conduct parking studies to demonstrate the amount of parking for the uses proposed. This is in alignment with the stated goals of the legislation, which, while noting that parking requirements can increase cost of projects, further notes that the amount of parking that a project actually needs should be determined on a case-by-case basis by permit applicants sensitive to actual market conditions rather than a one-size-fits-all regulation. So with that, turn things over to you for discussion. Happy to answer any further questions.
Council, any questions? Beside legislative work group. Okay.
So we'll move forward with that recommendation. Great. Okay. We'll get started on getting our amendment routed around then. So that concludes my presentation, and happy to respond to any other questions and turn things back to you.
Thank you. Any Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Diana. And note in the press, there was a bill that would change the tax treatment of storage facilities. We've talked a lot about how we take some of the storage facilities that are in our regional centers, near transit, near the cross-Kirkland corridor, and how to disincent them. We're doing a bunch of things within the planning. This would provide a financial incentive. This is House Bill 1907. I asked Diana about it. She said it didn't make it out of the fiscal committee, but could be deemed necessary to implement the budget if this bill is considered in TIB. I think we should support it, and would like the work group to consider it. Thank you.
Councilmember Black, did you have something to add?
I was just going to say yes. I was going to say yes, the plan is for the legislative work group to consider this at our meeting that's coming up on Friday. I appreciate you raising it. I'm hoping that'll include trying to discern from our lobbyists in Olympia the likelihood that it's going to be designated NTIB and be revived. Once we've had a chance to discuss and we maybe have some more information, then I think we'd be in a position to come back with a firm recommendation from the legislative work group at the March 18th meeting.
Great. I think if it does go that, we have some great examples to show the legislature of places that are.
We all can think of one, for sure.
Yep.
That we can do better with. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that bill forward, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions on any bills? All right. Thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to our last agenda item, which is 2025 Boards and Commissions Annual Recruitment Interview Selection Committee Recommendations. City Manager?
Okay, thank you. So we have a very brief staff presentation about the recommendation from the Interview Selection Committee. Here to walk you through that is our Administrative Services Manager, Elizabeth Atkinson.
Oh, sorry, for pulling up the presentation, do I need my laptop or? Okay, great.
Thank you, Chief. Have a good night.
Busted.
Okay, thank you, City Manager, and thank you, IT, for your support. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. Tonight, the City Council will be considering the 2025 Boards and Commissions Annual Recruitment Interview Selection Committee recommendations. I have a brief 4-slide presentation for you this evening. The interview selection committee was chosen by lot at the February 4th, 2025 City Council meeting and includes Deputy Mayor Jay Arnold, Councilmember Amy Falcone, and Councilmember John Pascal. The ISC met on Tuesday, February 25th at 5 p.m. and discussed their recommendations for a one-year term extension request, as well as selecting applicants for the reappointment and interviews. The detailed recommendations are contained in the packet materials. Please note that there is one procedural matter to be addressed before the City Council considers action on the ISC recommendations as presented in these meeting materials. During the IC committee meeting, it was determined that incumbent Planning Commissioner Justin Robbins had expressed interest in reappointment via email in a timely manner, though had not submitted a reappointment application. At this time, the IC requested staff to contact the commissioner to confirm interest in being considered for reappointment, and if still interested, to add their name to the listing of those recommended to be interviewed for potential appointment. Commissioner Robbins did reconfirm interest in reappointment and has submitted an application. The ISC recommendations include the inclusion of Commissioner Robbins in the listing of those recommended to be interviewed for the one remaining vacancy on the Planning Commission. The council policies and procedures provide for up to 3 individuals to be interviewed for one vacancy and notates the timely submission of applications. Due to the circumstances previously mentioned, the ISC would like the council to consider the following actions to suspend the city council policies and procedures to both allow for 4 candidates to be interviewed for the one vacancy on the Planning Commission and to allow for the late submission of Commissioner Robbins' application in light of the timely notification of interest in reappointment. Once these procedural matters have been addressed, the City Council may then consider the full set of recommendations by way of one or multiple actions. So I'll take a moment to pause here if there's any questions on the process so far and the procedural matter in front of you.
Councilmember Sweet?
Do we know why Commissioner Robbins did not apply sooner?
No, our process from the clerk's office is that we reach out in email to confirm with them whether they're interested, which the commissioner did confirm in writing in email, and then we request them to submit a application. And that was the piece that was missing, is that Commissioner Robbins did not submit an application. I would just note that the commissioner is very new in their position, and I think it was just a process issue.
Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for presenting this. Are we at a point that you are looking for this motion?
I have a question.
Councilmember Tim Chisenhut would like a question answered first. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Tim Chisen?
Without doing my own inquiry into Commissioner Robbins' abnormality, I would like feedback from the ISC. Is the ISC recommending we accept it? Is that 3 members of the ISC or?
It looks unanimous that the ISC is recommending these actions.
Okay. All right.
Back to you, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I move that we suspend the City Council policies and procedures 8.11 and 8.12 to allow 4 candidates to be interviewed for one vacancy on the Planning Commission and allow for the late submission of Commissioner Robbins' application in light of the timely notification of interest in reappointment.
Second.
Thank you. This has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Deputy Mayor to suspend council policies 8.11 and 8.12. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Okay, now we are moving on to the full ISC recommendations. The abbreviated recommendations are here, items 1 through 4 on your screen. More detailed information is in your packet, and the council has the opportunity to move the full slate of items or to consider them one at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
And just to clarify, we would be, our recommendation is to reappoint all of the incumbent members except for Commissioner Robbins, who we would want to interview and then make a decision given those candidates.
Thank you. Any other questions, clarifications? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Did the other planning commission vacancy have an incumbent?
Yes.
Who? Was
Karen
it?
Jacobson.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I will entertain a motion. Yeah.
Oops, thank you. I move to accept the ISC recommendations.
Second?
All right. It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black to follow the ISC recommendations that were included in the packet and are shown on the screen. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Just a couple of notes here on our next steps. We will now contact all of the applicants to update them on the status of their recruitment effort. City Council has a special meeting scheduled for March 13th at 5 p.m. for the interviews and selections of the appointments, and the new term will begin on April 1st. Any further questions?
No, thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, we are now moving on to council reports. Deputy Mayor, would you like to start?
My reports were included in the minutes since everything we did in the last 2 weeks was official.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Nothing to report. I'll email anything. Thank you.
Wow. Councilmember Sweet.
I think Carly's been doing all of my reporting, but just a heads up, we do have a regional water quality meeting tomorrow where we will be throwing the agenda into a little bit of confusion around the rate discussion one more time. So we have prepared the chair and staff for getting more pressure with regard to bringing on an independent audit of the criteria for the current rate projections for next year.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to follow everybody else's lead and not make any comments.
No.
We did have AWC Action Day since our last meeting. Folks did a great job, members of the council. And I want to thank our government affairs team, staff for all the support while we were in Olympia, and the great job that staff did on us hosting dinner for our legislative delegates and our fellow regional leaders from other cities. So just great job, and thank you, everyone.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I will echo Councilmember Black's thank you to staff for the trip to Olympia, and I will also say that on March 18th at 8 a.m., the KSARC, the King County Sexual Assault Resource Center that we've been talking about tonight, is having their annual fundraising breakfast at the Seattle Sheraton, and information's online. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to start with Ramadan Kareem to all who celebrate. I am going to thank our community members for attending our 2 homeless forums last week. It was really a worthwhile, engaging dialogue, and I appreciate everyone taking their time out of their evening. I attended a North End Mayor's meeting today. I haven't had a chance to go for a while. And I will say that the mayors are feeling a lot of uncertainty and anxiety based on the executive orders and how to respond. A few mayors discussed federal money just disappearing, just gone, and no one to contact, and websites gone, and so forth. One city shared that they were told they could keep their money if they could prove that there were no DEIB hires or women hired in order to keep their grant. So we are hearing impacts locally on executive orders. A number of cities are going to NLC next week. We are not sending anyone. And one of the reasons they talked about going was to share their support with our congressional delegation and thank them for the work that they're doing, and also to be able to tell local stories of what they're experiencing based on federal actions. And I have picked next week, and the topics are growth target reconciliations, King County Parks levy, and a legislative update. So thank you. City Manager.
Okay, so in the council study session, we had a discussion of the pool, and a suggestion was made to possibly consider including that as one of the city work program items. I'm bringing that back to the council on March 18th, so I just wanted to see if council wants to include that as draft language, at least for council discussion at the 18th.
Deputy Mayor is uncomfortable that our work program is getting too long. But I, of course, support the idea. So.
I'm just sorry I missed that part of the discussion. It isn't a direction that I would have pointed us in, but.
Because you love me.
That's right, because the mayor prevailed. All right. Like, enough said.
I think it's worthwhile bringing, and then we can have a conversation about.
Yeah, so I'll include part of that in the memo, and then council can discuss it. Okay. And that's it, unless anyone has any calendar updates for me.
No, anyone else? We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.